Ready to go, Madam Mayor.
You ready? Okay, this is a special meeting of the Hollister City Council on October 16, 2023. The meeting is now called to order. It is 5:01. City Clerk, are there any public comments on closed session items?
Mayor Casey, we have no public comments for any of the closed session items.
City Attorney, can you announce the closed session?
Yes, Mayor. Item number 1, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, agency designated representatives, City Manager David Maroney and Administrative Services Director Casey Astorga. Employee organizations: 1, unrepresented employees and classifications designated as executive management, and 2, Hollister Firefighters Union, HFFU Local 3395. 2, closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to paragraph 4 of subdivision D of Section 54956.9 of the Government Code, deciding whether to initiate litigation, 1 case. 3, closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 or 3 of subdivision D of Section 54956.9, 2 cases. 4, conference with legal counsel, liability claims, Government Code Section 54956.95, claimants: Pablo Ramirez, Irina Lopez, German Negrete, Hollister High School District. Agency claimed against City of Hollister.
Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn to closed session?
Move to adjourn.
Can I get a second, please? All those in favor?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. City Clerk, could you call roll, please?
Councilmember Perez,
Present.
Councilmember Resendez,
Present.
Councilmember Morales,
Present.
Councilmember Burns,
Here.
Mayor Casey.
Here.
I'd also like to announce that the agenda for the City Council of the City of Hollister's special and regular meetings of October 16th, 2023 was posted on the bulletin board at City Hall on October 11th, 2023 at 6:02 p.m. per Government Code 54954.2. Thank you.
Thank you. I need to address the manner and decorum of our meetings and issue a warning in this regard. Meetings must be in an orderly and efficient manner without willful disruption so that the business of the city can be conducted. While the council's more than willing to listen to comments from the public, it must be done at the appropriate time and should be done up at the podium with the microphone so your words can be heard and recorded properly as part of the meeting. There cannot be interruptions when council members are speaking or audience members calling names, chanting, or yelling out. If you do so, a warning will be issued to you, and if the behavior continues, you may be asked to leave the chambers. If there is too much disruption from members of the audience, depending on severity, it may be necessary to call a recess, clear the chambers, or even cancel the meeting. I would like to ask for your courtesy and your cooperation in this regard so that it won't be necessary to take any of these steps. Thank you. For a public hearing continuance, agenda item F2, the public hearing to consider a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister denying an appeal filed by the San Benito High School District and upholding the decision of the Planning Commission approving a mitigated negative declaration and site and architectural review for 2021-11 for a mixed-use development with 157 dwelling units and 3,750 square feet of commercial space located at 1550 San Juan Road has been continued to November 6, 2023. Additionally, agenda item G1, a resolution number 2023-207, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving a density bonus incentive for the proposed residential development located at 1550 San Juan Road, has been continued to November 6, 2023. City Attorney, do we have any reportable action from closed session?
Nothing to report, Mayor and Council.
Okay, then let's move on to proclamations and recognition. We're going to start with the National Youth Substance Use Prevention Month proclamation. And I believe Tina is going to receive the award. So who's presenting here? Okay, I guess I'll just do it.
Mayor Casey, would you like me to bring them up to each of them? I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, I'll just bring them all.
Okay.
I don't know, I forget. Okay, here. Okay, I'll give you the mic.
So this proclamation is honoring National Youth Substance Use Prevention Month, whereas the character of our community is dedicated to building a better future for Hollister's youth, and whereas in 2022 our nation lost nearly 111,000 Americans to fatal overdoses, 1,000 lost to overdose were children and adolescents under 18, and whereas every young person deserves to live a full and healthy life and have every opportunity to reach their highest potential, and whereas it's important for all Hollister residents to recognize the impact of youth substance use, no one should struggle with substance use alone, and whereas no family should have to know the pain of losing a child to the opioid and overdose epidemic. The City of Hollister owes it to all those struggling with substance use or who have lost a loved one to overdose to end this crisis. And whereas the City of Hollister is committed to providing families with life-saving resources. Together, we will ensure that young people have the tools they need to thrive. Our children deserve nothing less. Now, therefore, I, Mia Casey, Mayor of Hollister, do hereby proclaim October 2023 as National Youth Substance Use Prevention Month in the City of Hollister. Let us all take action to implement, practice, and evidence-based prevention strategies and improve the health of our community. Here you go.
I can address I just also like to remind our community that this Saturday, October 21st, is our Red Ribbon Run and Festival. This is our 33rd annual run, so we invite everyone to the community. You can still register. You can visit Hollister Recreation, and this run is for a drug-free and bully-free community. So please join us in the fun. Thank you.
All right. Our next proclamation is for the Walk a Mile in Their Shoes Day. Do we have anyone here from that group? No? Oh, we do. There you go. Come on down. That. All right, so whereas Walk a Mile in Their Shoes Day is intended to draw attention to the fact that rape, sexual assault, and intimate partner abuse remain serious issue in our society, and whereas in addition to the immediate physical and emotional costs, rape, sexual assault, and intimate partner abuse may also have associated consequences of post-traumatic stress disorder, substance abuse, depression, homelessness, eating disorders, and suicide. And whereas no one person, organization, agency, or community can eliminate rape, sexual assault, or intimate partner abuse on their own. We must work together to educate our entire population about what can be done to prevent rape, sexual assault, and intimate partner abuse, support the survivors and their significant others. And whereas this annual event is organized by Emmaus House, which seeks to achieve a world without intimate partner abuse, rape, or sexual assault. Now, therefore, I, Mia Casey, Mayor of Hollister, do hereby proclaim October 14th, 2023 to be Walk a Mile in Their Shoes Day in the city of Hollister.
I just wanted to say thank you for the recognition and your support of not only Emmaus House, but Community Solutions.
All right, our next proclamation is recognizing the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades. We have some folks here. Come on down. Hi, how are you? There you go. All right. Whereas the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades District Council 16 annually donates gift certificates to the San Benito Food Bank for community members to purchase food for Thanksgiving, and whereas IUPA supports Hollister Downtown Association and the City of Hollister beautification projects by providing volunteers, whereas IUPA supports middle school foster youth in the community by purchasing and providing them laptops. Now, therefore, I, Mia Casey, Mayor of the City of Hollister, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby thank the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades District Council 16 for their ongoing service to the community and its residents.
Thank you. We'd like to thank everybody for with the City of Hollister, and we will continue to be of service. Anything you need, we're just a phone call away. Thank you.
All right, so the next is to proclaim October 2023 as Fire Prevention Month. Do we have some folks coming? Okay. There you go. All right. Whereas the City of Hollister is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting our city, and whereas fire is a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally, and homes are the locations where people are at greatest risk from fire, and whereas the 2023 fire prevention theme, Cooking Safety Starts With You, Pay Attention to Fire Prevention, effectively serves to remind us to stay alert and use caution when cooking to reduce the risk of kitchen fires. Therefore, I, Mia Casey, Mayor of Hollister, do hereby proclaim October 2023 as Fire Prevention Month throughout the city, and I urge all the people of Hollister to check their kitchen for fire hazards and use safe cooking practices during Fire Prevention Month, and to support the many public safety activities and efforts of Hollister's fire and emergency services.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, thank you. My name is Charlie Bedolla. I am your fire marshal. And I just wanted to introduce the faces of the Fire Prevention Bureau. We have Sabrina Bracken, our fire inspector, Alicia Carpus, and then Veronica Mena, who's the new assistant to the fire chief. So they're the faces. They're the ones that take care of us. They're the ones that they're the faces of the community to deal with the internal and the external customer, and they're really hitting the community outreach out there. So I'm very proud of the Fire Prevention Bureau, the work they're doing. Thank you.
All right, and last but not least, Bob Martin Del Campo Retirement Proclamation. You want to come on down, Bob? There you are. You want to come around? I'll give you that. Okay. Very nice. Honoring the retirement of Fire Chief Bob Martin Del Campo. Whereas Bob Martin Del Campo has served the city of Hollister for 21 years, serving in his current capacity as Fire Chief for the Hollister Fire Department since 2015, and is retiring. And whereas in addition to Bob's service to the city of Hollister, he also served his country as a member of the United States Marine Corps, United States Army, and United States Army Reserve. And whereas Bob has dedicated his life to the fire service and the protection of life and property from loss by fire and other emergency situations. And whereas upon his retirement, Bob's hard work and dedication will be missed by his colleagues and employees, but he can now enjoy the things in life which he so richly deserves. Now, therefore, I, Mia Casey, Mayor of Hollister, do hereby extend the City Council's congratulations to Bob Martin Del Campo for his dedication and service to the community.
I'm going to keep it quick because I saw the agenda and you guys are going to be here a while, so I'm going to take it really quick. It was an honor to serve, honor and a privilege to serve, and there's nothing greater. Like I tell some of the folks that we swear in over the past 8 years, there's nothing better and more rewarding than serving your community in uniform. And I'll end it on that. Thank you.
Chief, we're not going to let you get away with it that easy. So I'd like to call up some of your colleagues. So first, I'd like to call up Battalion Chief Bedolla, Battalion Chief Dover, and I'd also like to call up your union president, Josh Bezzetta. And what I'd like to do is inform the community, and we're going to go through a brief change of command. And so the community knows we're going through a recruitment process, and we are fortunate enough that Battalion Chief Rodney Dover will be stepping in upon Chief Bob's retirement. And so I'd like to just take a minute to do a quick change of command, if that's okay with you, Chief.
Absolutely.
So a change of command is a military tradition that represents a formal transfer of authority and responsibility from a unit from one commanding officer to another. The passing of colors from an outgoing commander to an incoming one ensures that the unit and its soldiers is never without official leadership, a continuation of trust, and also signifies an allegiance of soldiers to their unit's commander. Battalion Chief Rodney Dover accepts the trumpet from Fire Chief Bob Martin Del Campo for the command for the Hollister Fire Department to ensure that the Hollister Fire Department is never without official leadership, showing our trust and allegiance to the fire chief from the firefighters at the Hollister Fire Department. The Hollister Fire Department is passing the colors of the last flag that flew at Hollister Fire Station 1, while Chief Bob Martin Del Campo is in command from Interim Fire Chief Rodney Dover. There is great symbolism attached to the ceremonial aspects of a change of command. It is with great respect that we honor our outgoing fire chief while welcoming our new chief in command of the Hollister Fire Department. Gentlemen.
So in the military, what happens is the commanding officer holds onto the flag or to the colors,
New fire chief. You have to come this way and get the good stuff.
Oh,
And you have to get a couple of pictures first.
pick that up, because I got my hands on that right there.
Little celebratory for after.
Wow, thank you.
Oh, wow, man.
You guys know what I like, too. Look at that.
No. If you guys don't mind just stand up here just for one quick second, then we can take some pictures. Good evening, council and city management. I stand before you today as the union president of Hollister Firefighters Union. I want to celebrate the career of our chief, Bob Martin Del Campo. Through his tenure at our department, he has achieved numerous accomplishments. Some of the significant accomplishments include increasing of our personnel, including the establishment of the new battalion chief rank, the acquisitions of 8 new fire apparatus, and the construction of a training tower. These are just a few of the accomplishments that he has seen since he's been here. These accomplishments have not only improved the safety of our city, but also the effectiveness and preparedness of our firefighters. As he embarks on his retirement, we wish him the best of this new chapter of his life. We also like to express the gratitude for his service and the positive impact he's had on our city. He leaves behind a department that is better equipped, better trained, and more capable than ever before. We look forward to this continued success of our fire department as we build upon this strong foundation. We wish him a well-deserved retirement full of happiness, good health, and new adventures. I'd also like to voice our support for the appointment of Battalion Chief Rodney Dover as our interim chief. As a representative of this dedicated and hardworking union, we understand the critical role that a strong and capable leader plays in ensuring the safety and well-being of our community. Chief Dover has proven himself time and time again throughout the 25 years of service here at the Hollister Fire Department. He has been an advocate for our firefighters and a leader who is committed to the principles of safety, integrity, and excellence. We firmly believe that he is the right person to lead our department during this transitional period. We pledge our full support to Chief Dover and will work hand in hand with him to ensure the continued safety and well-being of our community. Together, we'll face new challenges ahead and continue to serve with the utmost professionalism and dedication. So thank you, guys.
Well, as your new interim fire chief, I just want to say it's very humbling for me to get the kind of support I've gotten from everybody. Never in my wildest days did I believe that I'd be working as a chief here in this Hollister Fire Department. It's kind of a crazy situation, but I appreciate the support and everything, especially from City Manager Dave Marioni and all the firefighters. So hopefully I'll continue to steer the ship in the right direction and build off of what Chief Martin Del Campo has accomplished. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I think that we have one public speaker. Is that right, City Clerk?
Yes, Mayor Casey. We have one speaker card from Elia Salinas.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I would like to stand up here and personally thank Bob Martin Del Campo for the work that he's done in the city of Hollister and his dedication and his service to this country. The future fire chief is going to have some big shoes to fill. Bob is also bringing the idea and we're going forward on working on making a fire district instead of just going with the City of Hollister Fire Department. And that's a lot of work, and it's a great progress for the entire county. And so I want to say thank you to Chief Del Campo for bringing this idea forward and for working for it and getting it started, and you're leaving it off to others to continue the work. the bottles that were exchanged here today, one bottle is for Chief Del Campo to relax and enjoy the fact that he's now out of it. And the other bottle seems to think that it's going to be for Interim Chief Dover to ease the headaches that he's about to go into the future until he's replaced. And one of the things that I want to really emphasize on the fact that it hasn't been until the 1970s that we actually had a Mexican-American fire chief in the city of Hollister. And it may not be a lot to you, but it means a lot to the Latino community that is the highest population of others in this area. And so for that, I'm very proud of the work that he did and the way he represented himself and the community, and that he's out there. And he may be gone, but he has his children that are following him as well here, his sons in the city of Hollister. So we'll be seeing the names in the future. So thank you very much, Chief Del Campo.
Thank you.
Mayor Casey, we do have one individual online who has their hand raised. Stuart Fahmy, are you planning to speak for this item? If not, can you lower your hand until the item you plan to speak on? Okay. Thank you. That's all we have.
Okay. All right, we're going to move on to council business then. Item 1 is resolution number 2023-192, a resolution of the City Council of City Hollister approving public censure of Councilmember Roland Resendez. City Attorney, were you going to give the staff report, or am I?
I can give it.
Okay, good.
So during the September 18, 2023 Hollister City Council meeting, there was discussion regarding the conduct of Councilmember Resendez by both the council and the public. Following that discussion, council gave consensus to place a censure resolution on a subsequent council meeting agenda. That resolution is before you this evening. Staff has no recommendation regarding this resolution. This is purely a council matter. So I'm available for any questions if you have them.
Do we have any questions from council? Councilmember Resendez, questions?
Thank you. Can you just elaborate? Why is it that this item doesn't have a recommendation from staff and it's a council matter? Can you just explain that for the public a little bit more, please?
Sure. So this was actually a council action that was brought forward. And so the resolution was prepared by my office as the city attorney based on the last meeting and the statements made at the last meeting. And so council, it just wouldn't be wise for staff to give a recommendation regarding this. It really is just council business.
Any other questions, or? All right. So City Clerk, do we have public comment?
Yes, Mayor Casey.
How many do
We
we
currently have 15 public comment cards.
Okay, so I think, should we limit then to 2 minutes per person to keep it to a total of 30 minutes for this item?
Absolutely. So the first speaker is Mary Grimm, to be followed by Clark Stone.
Mayor Casey and City Council members, my name is Mary Grimm. This is how I see the censure of our representative from District 2 to the City Council. You are censuring our only District 2 advocate on the City Council. Our District 2 is impacted the most because of the City Council's vote on the following: increasing the capacity of the sewage treatment plant, approving housing developments without regard to adequate city infrastructure in our District 2, without regard to the impact of increased taxes and costs levied on the people in our District 2, and without regard to increased traffic on the streets in our District 2. You've removed Roland from committees that should have his voice because of his advocacy for our district and because of the impact the issues have on our district. Your censuring Roland takes away the only voice we have on this city council on important decisions that affect our lives. We voted for Roland. You are silencing our vote. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Clark Stone, to be followed by Donnie B.
Thank you, members of the Hollister City Council and Mayor Casey, for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Clark Stone. I reside in Piscines in the county. I'm speaking tonight in support of City Council Resolution 2023-192, proving the public censure of Councilperson Roland Resendez. I'd like to first express my support to the majority of the City Council who have been working diligently and effectively to address the numerous issues facing the City of Hollister, such as affordable housing, traffic calming, and expansion of the Gavilan campus. Many of these issues were not effectively addressed by the previous administrations. Your ability to cooperatively work together to find effective solutions that improve the lives of Hollister and San Benito County residents is acknowledged and greatly appreciated. Unfortunately, this City Council and City staff have had to conduct their good work while simultaneously spending significant time and effort addressing the undisciplined and attention-seeking behavior of one City Council member. This council member seems to believe that disruption is preferred to civil debate, that unfounded allegations are preferred to factual discussion, and that personal attacks are preferred to cooperative problem solving. While this council member's actions are harmful to the city, its governance, and its residents as a whole, the most unfortunate result of these actions are the detrimental effect they have on the council member's constituents. The council member's actions and behavior have effectively left these constituents without a reasonable, rational, and effective voice on this city council as well as on various committees to address the issues in their communities. In closing, while I urge the Hollister City Council to vote in favor of publicly censuring the councilperson, I also urge the councilperson to put aside his personal differences and work cooperatively with his fellow council members to address the needs of Hollister as well as those of his constituents. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Donnie B., to be followed by Maureen Nelson.
Hello, good evening. I attended the meeting on September 18th, and what I saw was that Councilmember Resendez was being kicked off of his committee meetings because he was calling out the fact that Mayor Casey is in fact very pro-developer. After doing research on Mayor Casey, including reading your public letters, I have come to the same conclusion that in fact you are very pro-developer. You support Strata Verde. You wanted to bring 20%, you wanted to lower it, affordable housing from 20% to 15%. You also have I don't know what the term is, I'll get it, where, what is it, Citizens for Growth or something in San Benito County, where you started that a couple years ago. It's not a nonprofit, but it's a different entity. So it was obvious your reaction against Resendez, which was totally out of proportion to anything that happened, that your extremely defensive reaction clued me in and others in to the fact that you are very pro-developer. And we have a pro-developer mayor who wants to develop as much as possible. The interests of developers are now in the hands of our mayor, and I think many people on the council. And Resendez is the only voice that was bringing attention to that, which is why he was removed. So Resendez needs to be put back on the committees as soon as possible. This is history, so we're all going to be able to look at this in the future and make decisions from there. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Maureen Nelson, to be followed by Bridget Bauman-Thorpe.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Maureen Nelson. I'm here in response to the actions being taken against Roland Resendez. Again, I believe that every council member has the authority and the responsibility to represent their citizens within their districts. When you censor 1, 2, 3, however many do not follow the heed of a leader, you are silencing the citizens of the community. You are silencing those that you, as a governing board say that you're representing. This is not representation of the people. This is representation of the few that may have personal disagreements. I get it. I have personal disagreements with many of people. But I would never take away their opportunity to represent the people that voted them in. He was voted in by his residents, by his citizens in his district, for his representation of them. You have taken it away from the citizens of that district. I hope that you reconsider this move and think about your actions. Think about silencing over 25% of the citizens of San Benito County and of Hollister, the city. Is that right? To not hear their voices, to not hear their concerns, to not address what they desire, not to hear their compliments. It's not always negativity. We know that you're working hard. We know that you're doing the work of your citizens. Let Roland do the work of his citizens within his district. Because I know for one, none of you on this board is going to represent his citizens to the degree that he represents them, nor would anybody else represent yours. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Bridget
Please
Bauman.
hold your clapping. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Bridget Bauman Thorpe, followed by Randy P. I'm sorry, I can't quite read the writing.
Hi, good evening. I'm Bridget Bauman Thorpe. I am here to speak out for Roland Resendez. I just wanted to, I just remember an investigation in April when Rick Perez violated the code of ethics. He was not censored, even though it was investigated by a lawyer. Again, no censorship, and it also was not removed from the committee. I think there's a double standard here. Standards should apply for every council member here. Please, you removed him from committees. Please reconsider your censorship. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Randy P., followed by Mary Zanger.
Point of order, can we stop the clapping, please?
I'm sorry. Can we please hold the
Can you
clapping?
please-
It's
yeah.
disruptive, so please.
Hearing all kinds of clapping so far.
Excuse me, Mayor.
No, we've addressed it. Thank you.
Okay.
Ooh, is that what I look like tonight? Sorry. Long day. Thanks, City Council, City of Hollister residents. We're here to consider the censorship of Mr. Resendez. And it comes to me that it's easy to confuse censorship for censorship. Really easy to confuse the two. Censorship is to effectively suppress or hide information. Censorship is to express disapproval or blame or to find strong criticism for someone or something someone has said or even improper conduct. In a representative democracy, if you're truly passionate about representing your district, representing your constituents, it's easy to confuse, one's passion for improper conduct, right? There's a lot of confusion going on here, if you ask me. I'd like you guys to clear up the confusion and just remember that in a representative democracy, it's all about representing our constituents. And that passion's really important to have. Personally, I love seeing passion out of you guys and the city and Hollister at large. We all should be a little bit more passionate about what goes on in Hollister and even what goes on in the county as well. So I applaud Mr. Resendez for having that passion. Let's have some clear heads about whether it was passion or improper, because Mr. Resendez is the voice of his constituents, and that voice really ought to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Mary Zanger, to be followed by Elia Munoz-Cowan.
Mayor and City Council, thank you for this opportunity. I'm honored. This is about censor again. I want to explain why this censor is a railroad job, quote, a a railroad. I hope you understand what a railroad job is. Well, let me explain. This railroad job train whistles all brake and slow down specialists out of the way. This is proven by the way Councilman Resendez is shoved aside. A railroad job has a one-track mind. This council has a one-track mind concerning the censure of Mr. Resendez. A railroad job barrels through opposition. The council wants to silence opposition to its 4-1 vote, but no one has a lock on the truth. A railroad job is in a hurry. The big locomotive bears down on people. It does not want to stop and think about other issues. A railroad job wants to drown out voices, other voices, as it dives into deep water of one-track minds and no return. A railroad job carries a string of empty cars. Where are the study groups and cost-benefit analysis to fill those empty cars? Well, we must put the brakes on this runaway train called a railroad job. Its growth too fast. Ooh.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm through.
The next public
Please,
speaker
can we
is
hold the clapping?
the next public speaker is Elia Munoz Cowan, followed by Mary Cruz Diaz.
Hi, good evening. I basically am here in support of Roland for Councilman Resendez. I'm against the censuring of Councilman Resendez. I feel that the mayor and city council just don't want him to speak out against the city's approval of more housing developments through changes to the general plan and the sewer expansion. Roland, he supports the community at large, not just District 2. He's primarily concerned about the needs of District 2, but people are right who mentioned who else is going to represent District 2, because by silencing him, by taking him off committees, you're silencing his constituents as well, because who else is going to be speaking for them? Are the other members going to be able to take over and really understand his constituents and their needs? I don't think so. We need Roland to do that.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Mary Cruz Diaz, followed by Ignacio Velasquez.
City Clerk, if I may, she's going to speak in Spanish. She doesn't speak English, so if we can double her time, please.
Thank you.
Do we?
We don't have a translator here.
Do you have someone that?
Señora Maricruz, si quieres alguien que transla para usted, tienes
Sí.
4 minutos. ¿A quién quieres que transla para usted?
Pues pienso que si me puede traducir la señora.
Escamilla? Okay.
Do you want to come up and?
Gracias.
All right, so we'll double your time to 4 minutes then.
Go ahead, please.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Estoy aquí para apoyar al señor Resendez porque él es nuestra voz.
I'm here to support Mr. Resendez because he is our voice.
Y pues si lo quieren censurar por decir la verdad, pues yo pienso que es una injusticia.
If you want to censure him because he tells the truth, I believe that's an injustice.
Porque si es por eso, pues yo les pido de favor que no lo censuren.
Because if that's what it is for, I ask you, please do not censure him.
Porque todos tenemos derecho a expresar lo que sentimos, lo que pensamos, pero siempre y cuando con respeto.
We all have a right to say what we feel, what we think, and as always with respect.
Porque lo que se ha tratado el tema es de que no queremos más tráfico, pero sobre todo que no queremos el alcantarillado para nuestra área que quiere poner.
What it's always been about is for less traffic and as well as the sewer system that you all want to expand.
Porque últimamente ya es todo el día y toda la noche que está el aroma muy insoportable.
Recently, it's been every day, all day and all night, that the aroma is unbearable.
Insoportable. Insoportable, ¿verdad? Así de que pues yo les pido de favor que se pongan en nuestro lugar,
Put yourselves in our places.
en el área donde estamos viviendo, si ustedes pudieran estar allí cuando menos un día.
In the area where we live, or at least be there for one day.
Me entenderían el por qué estoy aquí.
You would understand why I'm here.
Entonces, si él es nuestro representante y es nuestra voz, ¿qué vamos a hacer?
And since he's our representative and our voice, what are we going to do?
¿Qué es lo más recomendable que ustedes harían?
What would you recommend? What would you do about this?
Y pues nosotros estamos aquí para apoyarlo porque es nuestra voz.
And we're here to support him because he's our voice.
Es todo. Gracias.
That's all. Thank you.
Buenas noches.
Good night.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Ignacio Velasquez, followed by Mary Shaw Corin.
Councilmember Resendez, I'm here to say thank you for standing up for the people of this community. Your job as a council member is to make sure you are addressing the issues, you're speaking for the public, and making sure corruption doesn't make its way through our community as it has been. So thank you. You should not be getting censured tonight. You should be getting an award for being a hero for speaking up and putting an end to this nonsense. Council members or mayor, you should be ashamed of yourself for what you are doing. It's time to expose what's been going on. You need to let the people know that you are working on trying to approve over 2,000 acres of farmland to be developed into homes. How many of you knew that? It's in the works. The people should know that you received tens of thousands of dollars from PAC money, and that never got reported. They should know that developers created a whole fake nonprofit group for you to spew your lies so you can get to the point of having these developments approved. And the same goes for you, Ms. Morales. You need to be telling the people about how you received over $100,000 from special interest groups that are favorable to developers and are busy trying to destroy our community. Because people, if we don't stand up and start speaking up, this is what's going to happen. This is why they are trying to keep you silent, Mr. Resendez. Please never back down to the bullying. You are a man of integrity. I've known you for several years here, and I'm so proud to call you a friend. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Mary Shaw Corin, to be followed by Claudia
Okay.
Alvarado.
Just a moment. If we have any more clapping, we will take a recess. We may have to. All right.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Mary Shaw Corin. I'm here to speak in support of Roland Resendez. I disagree with the effort to censure him. I think it's really to silence him because he is the only voice, sadly, who is speaking for the people who are concerned about the overdevelopment of our county, specifically the effort to change the general plan. I think that's really the main reason right now to try to silence him, because the general plan, which was almost ready to be voted on, was pretty much finished. The EIR was done, and now with the developers and their lobbyists going to the Planning Commission and pushing for a much larger sphere of influence to cut the affordable housing from 20% to 15%, to create lower density for single-family homes. Really, this is a gift to the developers that's being, offered to them. Hasn't been voted on just yet, so I think that's why the effort is to silence Roland, because he's letting people know about this. And so I want to just say that, if it wasn't for Roland, I don't think the public would actually know about what you're quietly trying to do, to, as Mary Zanger eloquently put it, railroad this through. The other thing I want to mention is I think it's very hypocritical. I think my friend Bridget eloquently stated that it's very biased. For example, Councilman Perez had already been found by independent investigation to be in violation of code of conduct. And so that was swept under the rug. No nothing at all, no censure, not even a reprimand, like taking his committeeship away. But now you're going to go after Roland. This is really unfair, very biased. I think this is bullying to the ultimate extreme. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Claudia Alvarado, followed by Isabel Cardenas.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor
Can
Mia
you
and
please
Council.
lower your sign? You're blocking people behind you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Mia and Council. I'm here on behalf of Roland Resendez. I'm a child care provider, and as far as like the other peers, I'm against irresponsible growth, because building on agricultural land is taking a lot of the jobs of parents that I work with, and also the smell of the sewer. I am on District 2, and it's unbearable. The day before yesterday, my daughter did not want to shower. We left the shower on for over like 15 minutes because the smell was just horrible. So for you to silence him is for you to silence my vote, the vote of my community on District 2, and I am here so that you don't do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Isabel Cardenas, followed by Sam Ramos.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone.
City
Good
Clerk.
evening. My name is Isabel Cardenas. I'm a provider too. Yo estoy a favor de que él siga aquí, porque él es nuestra voz.
I'm here in favor of Roland Resendez to be here because he is our voice.
Nosotros vamos a trabajar juntos. Somos proveedoras de cuidado infantil, habemos aquí algunas, y nosotros queremos el bien para nuestra comunidad, no que la callen.
We are here as a community of child care providers, and we want to work together, and we want to work to benefit this community and not to silence us.
Como dicen, él es nuestra voz, y vamos a estar aquí para apoyarlo aquí y donde quiera que nos necesite, ahí vamos a estar las proveedoras con él.
As we say, he is our voice, and we are here to support him, and we will support him wherever he needs to be supported as a community of child care providers.
Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Sam Ramos, followed by Barry Katz.
Okay, entre los viejos, más viejos. I'm one of the oldest. I'm an elder. Okay, and I just want to make it clear that I'm against censoring Roland. And I would like to remind the council, you know, to always keep in mind the pursuit of happiness, you know. So what's going to happen with the people with the homes, you know, and if you bring it down to 15, that's not cool. And then I want to point out that we have a garbage problem and that we're in a critical condition here in Hollister. So I want to read a poem that I wrote. I was kind of inspired by the council and the Board of Supervisors, and it's entitled Officials Against Constituency. And there's a couple of words that I would like to explain. Soledad, which means solitude, like meditation. And then Pachamama is Mother Earth in the Quechua, Peruvian language. I don't have an agenda. My mentors are Soledad and Pachamama, Mother Earth. I am an autodidact, not a pseudo-intellectual or a political prostitute. I speak from the heart. In my bones, I feel the pain imposed in our community, which is being bulldozed out of their domain. I am the campesino and the immigrant who migrated into his own Native American land and now being segregated by wannabe oligarchs, self-appointed dynasty of San Benito County. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Barry Katz, followed by Bella Rosales.
Thank you for hearing me. Actually, I just really want to speak about representation and particularly District 2. I've been to several of these meetings lately. So let me just start with, I don't see how you're punishing Roland by removing him from committees. All I see is it's a censorship. You're taking away from the representation of one of the districts, 25% of the city. These people deserve better. Every district deserves to be fairly represented, and committees should be fairly distributed to try to do that as best as possible. The other thing I want to mention, and this is what I'm hearing about, first I hear there's a problem with the sewers and the smell, and then at the next meeting I find out it's been going on for 20 years. I heard an explanation of what was done wrong in the past, but I don't hear anyone promising these people any kind of a study and what you're going to do to, if there still is a smell. They're saying it's late at night. I haven't been out here in the middle of the night, but here this woman says she can't take a shower because her child, I mean, children don't have opinions about politics. They just smell things, and it's like they're like a canary. They can be our guide. You need to have a program to figure out what's been done right and what's been done wrong with the sewer. And if the sewer is expanding especially, how we're going to prevent the mismanagement of the sewers in the past and clear this problem up and give District 2 full representation by having Roland on all the committees he's due. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Bella Rosales, followed by Carol Lenore.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person today. I'm not feeling well. I just wanted to start by saying I support Roland in his efforts to make sure we know what's really going on in this city. I'm disappointed by the rest of the council who keep wasting our time with these efforts to censure him instead of making the changes that we've been pleading for, increasing affordable housing, slowing the growth, to alleviate traffic, stopping the sewer expansion, action on climate change. Instead, you do the exact opposite of everything we've asked for on every point. I resent our time being wasted, and I hope that you reconsider the way that you've been leading or not leading. And lastly, thank you, Roland. That's all.
The next public speaker is Carol Lenore, followed by Roxy Montana.
Yes, good evening, council. And I wanted to chime in this evening. I was not sure I was going to, but after Mr. Velasquez's resounding another whole group of stupid lies, I have felt compelled to tell you, Mayor Casey, I support your actions because the craziness has to stop, and the interruptions and the name calling and the screaming from the audience. I just can't believe it's come to that. But I wanted to explain to people tonight that we're not here for sewer and we're not here for general plan. We're not here for any of that. We're here for Roland's conduct. That's what it is tonight. And I have to tell you that committee assignments change all the time for a lot of different reasons. Committee assignments are not exclusive to one district. When Roland was over in COG or intergovernmental, he was representing the whole city, not just District 2, okay? So there's a whole nother part of 3 other districts that I gotta tell you, appreciate Mayor Casey and voted for her. A lot of votes. This is an honest mayor. Please try to understand that they're not singling out Roland for any of his stances on growth and sewer. It's the conduct at the meeting. It needs to improve. And then things can get back to normal like all of you want, like I want. But the interruptions and the name calling and the screaming from the audience, I just don't understand it. So Mayor Casey and council, good luck with your decision tonight. I appreciate your time. I lived it, so I wish you the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Roxy Montana, to be followed by Bob Tiffany.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak before you. My name is Roxy Montana, and I'm here to say one word: basta. Enough. Enough of this behavior. These are good people. I've been to your homes. You're good people, and they have issues that need to be addressed. And I was called to look at the meeting that was of issue, and what I saw was a bully. A bully. You can't claim both parts. You can't claim bully and then claim victim. You're a teacher. You teach our children. We want out-of-the-box thinkers. We need to find ways to resolve in peaceful ways. I ask you, please, please behave the way that decent, elected officials should behave with integrity. These people, they have the issues. All this time spent on the nastiness that goes on up at the dais, this should be spent on that stinky sewer. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Bob Tiffany, to be followed by Elias Salinas.
Good evening. It's very unfortunate that this censure is necessary, and I believe it's everyone's hope that this action tonight will allow the council to better move forward in addressing the critical needs and issues of the city. This action has nothing to do with silencing Councilmember Resendez. It's simply about making every effort to have council meetings run in a civil and professional manner. There is no place for rudeness or unfounded personal attacks during the meetings. Disagreements, passionate debates, that's all very appropriate, but it simply needs to be done in the proper manner. In closing, it is my hope that going forward, Councilmember Resendez will be a strong but civil voice in support of his District 2 and the entire city. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Elias Salinas.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. The city, if it chooses to adopt policy that discourages applause, etc., from disrupting the meeting, and such policy must be uniformly applied. Additionally, if applause is permitted for such a policy, must be uniformly applied. To permit one side to have a monopoly in expressing its views is the antithesis of constitutional guarantees. That is Madison School District versus Wisconsin Employment Retirement Community. Estamos aquí hoy esta noche no porque quieren acallar a que el señor Reséndez ya no pueda representar el Distrito 2. Estamos aquí porque el señor Reséndez falta respeto a la comunidad y falta respeto al concilio. We are here not because we're trying to silence Mr. Reséndez. We're here because Mr. Reséndez failure to respect the public and respect those up there at the dais. Lo que falta aquí es que tenemos que saber, la verdad es de que falta respeto. What we need to know here is that there is a lack of respect. Nada más, solamente respeto que falta de la parte del señor Reséndez. Nothing else but the fact that Mr. Reséndez lacks respect. Mr. Reséndez has a history of continuing to cry out of, if you disagree, you are with developers. This all started with the former mayor. And the mayor comes out here, the former mayor is out here screaming that there's going to be some city with 20,000 houses. It's absolutely not true. Antes de todo, hay un proyecto que dice el señor Velázquez, se dice que va a haber 220,000 casas en el condado de San Benito. Y eso no es cierto. Y todo empieza con eso de que debemos de decir la verdad.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Leslie Austin.
Good evening, council members. Leslie Austin here. As you consider potential censure of a council member, I've been reflecting on our local political dynamics. I think that activism is a crucial form of communication in our community. It spotlights social injustices and sparks engagement, and I know you all know that. However, I have to say that Councilmember Resendez's political theater, which I see as an intense form of activism, raises questions about such tactics and whether they're appropriate within a local governing body. Elected representatives are chosen to represent a constituent's interests and make decisions on their behalf. I think we've all said that tonight. But I also think it's important that they uphold decorum and respect for their fellow council members. I think activists employ dramatic tactics to highlight issues, and while that's effective in some contexts, I think many question if elected representatives should adopt such an activist role within a local governing body. I think considering a reprimand for behavior that contradicts accepted standards is an appropriate action for the council to consider. However, it's important to separate the council members' behavior from the issues raised by the community. You've heard a number of people tonight talk about various issues, and it's clear to me that they don't actually understand or know what the council has proposed as actions for some of their concerns. And I think that communication needs to be repeated so that they understand that. And I guess I just would like to thank those who come to these meetings with the determination to collaborate with the community to solve those complex issues. And
Sorry, your time is up.
Mayor Casey, those are all the public speakers we have for this item.
Okay, thank you. So let's bring it back for discussion. Councilmember Resendez, would you like to start?
Thank you. Since the censure is about me, I'd like to reserve my comments to the end.
All right, Councilmember Burns, did you have anything you'd like to add?
I do, Mayor. So I guess to begin with, I would say that Councilmember Perez and I were elected to council in December of 2020. I will say that prior to being elected, I did propose to the previous council that I was not part of, that they create an ordinance for council member and elected and appointed officials' conduct. Didn't gain the momentum then, but soon after I became a member of the council, I pushed it forward again, and I did author the ordinance. And so I will say, surprisingly, in doing my research, it originally passed, the first reading passed, and that was on April 19th. And at the time, it was a council of 5. And so the 3 that approved it, supported it moving forward, were then Mayor Velasquez, Councilmember Resendez, and myself. It was opposed at that time, according to the record, by Council Members Perez and Spencer. Soon thereafter, Councilmember Spencer left the council. She moved out of the district, out of the city, out of the state, actually. And so on the second reading, which, as I understand, happened on May 3rd, it passed unanimously with Council Members Perez, Resendez, and myself, and the mayor all saying yes to it. So for me, it's a matter of principle in many ways. Is it a great ordinance? I think it needs work, and this council is discussing ways to improve it, and I think that's appropriate. But I also recognize that not only on one instance, but on 2 instances, Councilmember Resendez approved the ordinance, and part of the approval, as I interpret it, is to comply with the ordinance as it was. And there's a clear disregard for the ordinance based on Councilmember Resendez's conduct, which is not my opinion. It's simply evidence, as could be reviewed by anybody if you were to go to the council member recording for that meeting. You can see it yourself. You can read the ordinance. You can draw your own conclusions. But I think it's pretty clear. It's pretty evident. And for me, one of my challenges is the fact that it's, when I sign my name to something, when I say yes, I'm a man of my word, and I see it as a moral and ethical contract. And so for me, I'm very disappointed that Councilmember Resendez has chosen this path. He makes a lot of great comments. I believe very much in a lot of what he has to say. It's not necessarily what he says, it's candidly how he says it, the manner that he pursues it. And unfortunately, when you attack people, rarely are you going to get their buy-in or their cooperation. And so for me, it's a real problem. Now, to censure Councilmember Resendez, this isn't his first rodeo. As I recall, he was censured in the previous council, and it's come up once during the time that I was on council, and the council chose a different path to reprimand the council member, which I didn't vote for the action of the council because I do believe in equal treatment. But I think Councilmember Resendez is going to continue regardless of the censuring. And for me, it's kind of like if you receive a court order or a restraining order, those that are restrained are only those that choose to abide by the rules, abide by the law. I don't see where there's a tremendous value in this process because I feel like there's a pattern here already. And for me, I do believe we need to look at greater sanctions. Mayor, I will say in reading the resolution, I believe it was, one of my concerns was I did not actually see a time for how long this will stay in place, as well as a clearly defined amount of time when he will have a right to be reassigned committees. And I would like to finalize and formalize that as part of this process, recognizing that within another 12 to 13 months, there could be a shift in this council. Certainly the majority of the council will be up for re-election, as in the mayor and my position and Councilmember Perez's. And so I am going to support the censure based on the evidence, based on the ordinance, and I'm disappointed to say it, but at the end of the day, I believe a man has to be accountable, a person has to be accountable for their word. And for me, your handshake, your yes, your signature are all things that I highly value and want to continue to trust in. Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez.
I agree with Councilman Burns. What really troubles me here is that Mr. Resendez has actually said he's going to turn this into a circus, and he did. You know, I'm all for forgiveness, grace, mercy. I totally agree with that. My life is built upon it. I live it. But there has to be repentance. Someone has to be sorry for what they're doing. And you know what? I don't see that in him, and especially when he's talking about turning this into a circus, and here we are. You know, why can't we just talk about things instead of having to? Passion is great, but the city is going through so much good stuff that I can't even go into it because it's not related. But the city is on such a good path, and it's like I don't see where he's going to be changing any of his behavior. As far as censorship, it does nothing. It gives me more work, but I get more meetings. But it's like I just want, you know, if we could just like put our past behind us and just move forward and work together. We're all adults here. Let's work together. This is our city. We all care about our city. You know what? It's not just my district I vote for. It's your district. It's her district. It's his district. We all make decisions for this. We're all together. Let's not divide ourselves over behavior that's inappropriate in this setting. You know, the other thing it does, it hinders our whole political system, because with this going on up here, how many want to run for city council? Okay, well, you know what, that's good, run. But no, you know, seriously, it's like to get the community involved here, we are trying to make this a positive environment where we can all feel safe and not have to feel like we're bullied. And you know, it's kind of appropriate because that is what's going on. And then he turns around and claims victim. I don't even want to go there. You know what? I'm for censorship, not because I don't know what it's going to do, but something has to be done, because if we do nothing, and then we're just saying this behavior is okay, and this behavior is not okay. So that's all I have to say.
Okay. Vice Mayor, do you have anything to add?
Yes, thank you. I think my colleague said it. What's troubling for me is we did hear from Mr. Resendez that he was going to continue the behavior, that regardless of what was done, that it was not going to change anything for him. We have 3 additional years where he's going to be on city council, and it impacts my constituents, the city of Hollister, in order for us to get business done for the rest of us. So he's limiting and obstructing from my residents, my constituents to be served, and the city of Hollister. So it is imperative that we support the mayor on this action.
Hi. I agree with my colleagues, but I just want to clarify, and I think someone did touch on this. There is a difference between censure and censoring someone's speech. Censure just means that the council is saying they do not approve of the actions. It's not about silencing or not allowing Councilmember Resendez to speak. He'll always be given the opportunity at each agenda item to speak. So no one is silencing his voice. It's just a matter of following our rules and our procedures, our decorum, our respect for each other. You can get your point across without throwing accusations constantly. We've had a number of disruptions of our meeting, and it stops our ability to do business. And that's my biggest concern. And it's happened over multiple times. It's not just a single incident of someone becoming passionate and losing control. It seems to be a pattern of behavior. So I guess that's all I really have to add at this point. So Councilmember Resendez, would you like to share your thoughts?
Thank you. I really want to take the time to thank all of you, the members of the public, the real members of the public that have come out here tonight to speak on this item. I am the most senior city council person that's on here, and I don't remember a time since I've been in office where we've had this many people come out consistently, time and time and time again, except for the most recent times. Now let's talk about facts. This began when we talked about affordable housing. We had a good group of people come out here, and I was told that if I kept bringing, in that room back there, if I kept bringing up the fact that Mia Casey and Dolores Morales took money from developers, that I would be censured. And I said, it's fine. You're not going to silence me from telling people the truth. And at that meeting, they lowered the affordable housing percentage to 15%, when we need it more now than ever. That's the truth. The same council at the next meeting, when we had a number of people here, expanded the sewer capacity to twice the size. When these people in my district are smelling a horrendous odor and are telling you that they don't want to have more houses hooked into our sewer. And that's exactly what this council did to allow for more houses to be built and hook into your sewer so the citizens of District 2 can continue to smell that horrendous odor. The next time is this same council is spending your tax dollars to change the general plan after the general plan was already finalized, to redraw the lines of the sphere of influence and make the city bigger, to allow for more houses to be built, and to include the donors of Dolores Morales and Mia Casey, who gave them money so that they can connect into the sewer as well. These are facts. So we want to talk about facts. Let's talk about facts. And if we're going to talk about being biased, we have been biased with this policy. It's not being delivered to all of the council members in a favorable way. In fact, it's being abused. And I am a teacher, I'm an educator. And when you take a student and put them in the corner, when they have people that are working with them and that they're working with, well, guess what? They're going to rise up, they're going to call you out, they're going to point out the facts, and they're going to keep doing it again and again and again. And I will keep doing it alongside with them again and again and again. That is true. These are volunteers that have been coming. These are people that vote. They're not the business community who comes usually and speaks in favor, and we all know who they are at this point, right? They're in the business of making homes, putting profits over the people, and you cannot continue to ignore the voice of the people and the one council member who's bringing this items to their attention, but they're the truth, and it's facts. You cannot silence a council member and you cannot silence the public. We have the First Amendment, which is the freedom of speech. And as long as I'm up here, I'm going to continue to do what you all elected me to do and what all the other citizens that I know are on the same side with me on this item to do. And I'm going to keep speaking out, keep educating, and I'm going to keep standing up for what is right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I think at this point, can we get a motion to approve this item, or
So
what's
moved.
the will? And is there a
Second.
second? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Mayor, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Can we do a roll call, please, clerk?
Yes. Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Councilmember Morales,
Yes.
Councilmember Resendez,
Abstain.
Mayor Casey.
Yes.
Motion passes 401 with Councilmember Resendez abstaining.
All right.
Mayor, can we take a 5-minute break, please?
I was just going to suggest that. Let's
Thank
take a
you.
5-minute break. We'll be back. Okay, if you could take your seat. Thank you. Let's get started. We're going to go to item 2. It's a presentation and report from the County of San Benito's consultants on Hazel Hawkins Memorial Hospital.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to
Councilmember Burns.
ask if we could poll the council. I would like to request that this item be limited to 15 minutes or less minus public comment, please.
For the presentation?
Yes.
I second that.
Okay. What's the will of the council? Are you gonna comment?
Question.
Yes.
It's my understanding that, again, I don't know where the recommendation came from Councilmember Burns. It's my understanding that we had a policy, whether we adopted it or not, that it was that all presentations were be limited to 5 minutes. I think we got away from that quite a bit. So my suggestion would be, if we're going to do that, we need to do it for everybody. But I do appreciate the fact that I don't know if you're asking for an extension or if we're asking for a limitation. However, I just wanted to bring up the fact, and I did speak to the city manager, that we have gotten away from the 5-minute presentation. Nothing against anybody, but some of the presentations do go an hour sometimes or longer. And we really need to, I think, limit it and get it agendized for an action item, but not really spend that much time on an item. So I'm okay with the 15 minutes. I just wanted to make sure that we circle back and revisit that at some point. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're okay then. We'll do 15 minutes for now, and we can revisit that later. So City Manager, did you want to start?
Yes, thank you. So I have with us today Cecilia Montalvo, who is the consultant for the County of San Benito. We also have County CAO, Mr. Ray Espinosa. I did chat with Ms. Montalvo earlier, and she did mention that her presentation was going to be around 15 minutes with the subject matter, so I don't think that should be an issue. And I'd be happy to have you come up and give your presentation. Paul, can you please bring that up?
I may not need this. In the spirit of your request and also knowing that it's late in the evening, the report that was prepared by ECG was in your packet, and I would be happy to answer any questions you have about that report, but what I thought I would do is just hit the high points and then talk to you a little bit about the direction that we see the County Board of Supervisors and explain why we're here today. But let me introduce myself. I'm Cecilia Montalvo. I am a resident of San Luis Obispo County. I am actually an avocado farmer these days, but I did have a 40-year career in the healthcare industry, in healthcare policy, operations, and finance, with Stanford, Sutter, Kaiser Permanente, a number of other organizations. I was also a licensed healthcare investment banker, meaning I bought and sold hospitals for a living. So I retired in 2018, and then in 2021 was asked by the community of Watsonville to come and help them buy their hospital back, and it was the most gratifying project I've ever been a part of. You probably all know that was a very successful effort. So I, since that time, have been advising a few counties on the same subjects. There are 15 hospitals in rural counties in California that are currently in bankruptcy. So you are not alone. So with that, let me just give you the context for the ECG report. I do not work for ECG. I am presenting their findings, and I won't even really do all of that. But it is the backdrop. I think the county had hired ECG, which is one of the nation's leading healthcare management consulting firm, but they were familiar with the Hazel Hawkins situation. They had done work for Salinas Valley Health about 5 years ago. And we had, I think you know, reached out to a number of area healthcare organizations the county wanted to learn and to get the perspective of area systems. Salinas Valley, because they had spent so much time on it, agreed to work with us to take a deeper dive. And this had been their prior consultant. So I will not go through, but I think there are things that are important to understand about Hazel Hawkins and its situation, and how it is similar to other hospitals in California, and there are a few things that are different. So you know it is a district hospital, and districts were really created just for this reason back in the 40s and 50s, to capitalize hospitals, particularly in rural counties, which otherwise would not have a source of raising money. It's funny,
huge amount of consolidation, and the districts that remain today are largely rural, and they still make the most sense to me. But they have a portfolio of assets, so it's not just the hospital. They have skilled nursing, they have the clinics. The hospital has been losing money for quite a while, but the district in totality has positive net income because they put the profits of their skilled nursing together with other things. So they actually are one of the healthier hospitals in bankruptcy today. That operating margin is better than 50% of all hospitals in California. Coming out of COVID, hospitals just had a horrible time. It not only just because they lost a lot of elective patient care because of COVID, but also because of the inflationary cycle that occurred coming out of it. Reimbursements, cities are probably like this. Your revenue just doesn't go up as fast as your costs do. So Hazel Hawkins was no different. They, in 2022, found themselves in a cash crunch. They had an audit of a Medicare. I won't get into the details, but it was cash, and that's when they hired their advisor, B. Riley. Very successful in helping them get back on the bus. They did do a $5 to $7 million turnaround there, and things they have been doing much better, and I do respect the efforts that were made. But at the same time, the board decided to seek a potential buyer or partner, and understanding that in the long term it is very hard for an individual hospital to make it on its own. Our concern, and I say I don't fully represent any individual Board of Supervisors' point of view. You'll hear from them next week. But I do believe that the concerns that the county had in the process, well, one, because of the extraordinary liability that the county itself would have if that hospital wasn't successful. There's a lot of patient care related to people in jails, to behavioral health patients that would fall to the county, including indigent care. And so it's an item of great concern. And also that the process has gone on now for almost a year in looking for a buyer. And fortunately, there continues to be some entities still looking, but over the course of the year, the one proposal that the hospital did receive was from a fairly small for-profit company that was seeking eventually to buy it entirely. And what that means really is that your community would know, just face facts. If you sell something, you don't have control over that anymore. So we wanted to look at it to see whether the consultants felt that it was financially feasible, if there was a role that Salinas Valley might play in helping the hospital if we were to make a proposal. And the report that you received was the result of that work. They did identify the core difficulties of this hospital. They serve a disproportionate share of Medi-Cal and Medicare patients and very few commercial patients. A lot of people in your community go elsewhere for their care if they can, and that's tough on the hospital because they're still there 24/7. So the funny backdrop for me, and you guys live it every day, is that this community is not like the other rural communities of California. Your rate of growth here and the size of your population, it's borderline not rural. In fact, I don't think you'd get a federal Medicare rural designation today because of your growth. But that's good for the hospital. That potentially could be very good to the hospital. It means, just like your sewers and everything else, healthcare is going to be a need of your community. And this hospital is very, very important to the future of your community. And particularly you have a young population, you really need OB here. You have about 800 deliveries today. In a quick 5 years, you're going to have over 1,000 just because of the demographics of the people that are here. Just again, emphasizing how important the hospital is, but that people leave, and you know this, that people leave for their health care. That kind of turns me to the physician component of the market assessment. You don't have enough doctors here. You probably know all of that too, and many of you probably travel to go see a specialist in San Jose or in Salinas. It's a hard time to recruit, but that's key to the hospital's future. You need a partner. You need somebody that's going to help you bring young physicians to this community. They're going to be desperately needed. And finally, the financial analysis component of this, to us, just reemphasize that this hospital is not in nearly as difficult situation. Watsonville Community Hospital, the year that it went into bankruptcy, lost $23 million. So, and it was really a horrible, horrible situation. Again, this district, it has a positive net income, so your starting place is good. But I agree with the board that a new strategy for the long term would be good. The Board of Supervisors will hear this item next Tuesday, and we wanted to discuss it with you first, and Ray again is also here, because we would like to put forward an option for the district board to consider as one of other options they could also consider. But the proposal would be to create a joint powers authority. And a lot of it for me is two things. One is broadening the governance structure, bringing physicians onto the board, bringing some healthcare expertise onto the board, and also having local participation from the county, from the cities, from community organizations, from people that are involved in healthcare delivery here. But secondarily, we would propose a management contract to a third party, and in this case, we would propose Salinas Valley. They would like to stay with us as a partner in this proposal. And, you know, they're extremely high-quality organization. Some of the ratings that hospitals get, such as Leapfrog and others, they do really well. And also, really importantly, they have a sizable physician base and a good physician strategy. And so many of those specialty groups could be leveraged to provide more care and to continue to recruit. Because you can imagine it's hard to recruit one of something. So if you're running off that base. So we're really pleased that they're willing to work with the county. What we're here today about, in addition to this report, is because the county wanted to invite the city of Hollister to join us in submitting the non-binding letter of intent to explore this idea. But I'm here to answer questions, and Ray's here to answer questions, and I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay. Let's start with questions then. Councilmember Resendez, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you. So let's explain to the public what a JPA is. Can you just explain what a JPA is?
Yeah, a JPA is a joint powers authority, and there's probably a lawyer or two in the room that can do this better than I, but it is a way for governmental entities to work together on certain activities. One of the interesting things about joint powers authorities, in this case, we're not proposing a sale of the district's asset. In this case, we would suggest that the operations be governed under the joint powers authority, and it's very, very positive that these joint powers authorities can bring governing representation from outside the public entities themselves. So this would be an opportunity for that.
Okay, thank you. So as it stands now, the hospital's in negotiations with a for-profit company. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
And what you're proposing, from my understanding, is a JPA between Salinas Valley Hospital. Is that correct?
Because Salinas Valley would be a management contractor, they cannot actually be a part of the JPA.
Okay.
So they would be a management, they would be contracted as a management company. The JPA would be between the governing entities in this county that want to participate. And that would include, in our proposal, the healthcare district itself, right? The county, and potentially the cities if you're interested.
And then what's going to happen to the for-profit that's currently in negotiations to buy the hospital?
You know, the district is seeking proposals from as many organizations as they like to have choices. I think it would be inappropriate for me to speak to that negotiation. I'm not going to comment, but I do think that, without saying more, I think it would be nice to have choices.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we have to join the JPA,
No.
the city of Hollister?
Absolutely not.
What would be some risk to joining a JPA?
Well, first let me start by saying, your next decision is to sign a non-binding letter of intent to explore that. So I don't think that I can today tell you what all the business risks would be. I think that our next step in business planning would bring some of those risks to bear.
So let me rephrase the question. Generally speaking, let's not say with this one, but any city that's looking to explore possibly joining a JPA, what are some potential risks? I think the public has a right to know what some potential risk for us to move forward with this would be.
Yeah. I really feel like this is a legal question because it relates to that structure, so I'd like to defer.
City attorney.
Sure. So there's the potential to share liability. I think that's probably your biggest risk. I don't know if this is necessarily a risk, but you would be sharing in the finances as well as a member of the JPA.
Thank you. How about some potential benefits? What are some potential benefits to joining for the city, any city, to join a JPA? Either one is fine.
Well, I can speak to what I think the benefit would be for this JPA, and that is, particularly after listening to some of the discussion tonight and knowing a little bit about Hollister, healthcare is going to be an extremely important issue in this town as you continue to grow. And I think the opportunity really to have a seat at the table, as residents are impacted by access issues, can't get a doctor, trouble at the hospital. I think having a seat at the table and bringing potential board members from this city to that JPA is an advantage for you.
And what would the position be of the current board members that are sitting on there for the district, hospital district? What would happen to them at that point? Would they still be in existence?
In our proposal, the district would remain in existence.
And they would make the decisions, or they'd be part of the JPA?
They would have residual activities, so we would propose that those include some health and wellness activities, et cetera. They would still collect tax revenue, most of which would go to the hospital. But we do expect it to have a small independent role, but a role as one of many in the operation of the hospital going forward.
Very good. Thank you for answering my questions. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Councilmember Resendez covered my questions adequately. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Perez, any questions? No? Okay, Vice Mayor.
I think in the process, I think I read somewhere that the hospital's still going through evaluation in terms of there's a lot of steps that the hospital still needs to go through in order for them to be evaluated or valued. There's a lot of issues with the union contracts. So in hearing in terms of shared liability, the finances and obviously the benefits is just making sure that we have a place for our residents to obtain health care and for emergency reasons. Do you know when, and you may not know, when a lot of those processes will be completed?
Mm-hmm. I do. I mean, some of this relates to the fact that they did declare Chapter 9 bankruptcy, and once a governmental entity does that, or if a private entity declared Chapter 9, a lot of your decision-making is really under the jurisdiction of the court at that point. There is a hearing in the first week of December that actually will take up the question of whether they were eligible to be in bankruptcy, and then one of the highest orders of business, I think, assuming that they win that case and stay in bankruptcy, is the discussion regarding the union contracts themselves, because those are contracts that they sought to reject in bankruptcy. So having done this for my career, even if it weren't for the bankruptcy, these kinds of things take an extremely long time. This isn't something that will play out in 3 months. It just takes a very long time. So I think that the positive side of that is for us all to learn more and to have more discussion and see what's possible. But this community has a tremendous opportunity. I mean, you're not in the dire situation that so many others are. That's the good news.
Yeah. Okay, I just have a couple of questions. So you've mentioned the liability, so that's a bit of a concern. But in talking about financial, we're talking about a commitment.
Mm-hmm.
Financially by the city of Hollister, not just the county, but the cities, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And, sitting in on some of the ad hoc meetings and all that and reading this proposal, I know that there's been consultants working for months and doing this valuation, but it doesn't feel like we know exactly what we're being asked to commit here. Mm-hmm. And so do we have any idea of the amount of a financial commitment that the residents and the people of Hollister are going to be taking on if we were to join this JPA?
Yeah, yes, I can answer it, and then no, I can't. It's going to be one of those answers. I think that the true objective of the hospital board, as I understand it, is to build a larger base of capital. So hospitals typically measure days cash on hand. How many days could you operate based on what you have? Their cash during COVID came way down. So they want to find a mechanism And we believe that growth will be the mechanism for them to build net income again. But I also think that by having local governments participate, that each of your jurisdiction could consider ways that it could support. Because, sure, they have $14 million in the bank right now, and it's 40 days cash on hand, 10 more days than they had 2 months ago. So they're on the right trajectory. But, I think that they want to be able to think about the future of the hospital, about expansion. Recruitment of physicians is extremely expensive. So in some ways, the opportunity may be limited by the willingness or unwillingness of the communities to impose things. Like it could be development fees, it could be other kinds, but government does have the ability to impose fees and raise money that others would not. Right? And I do not believe that it's just not reasonable to think that a private company is going to come here just as a white knight, for example. Everybody makes business decisions. Whereas governments, they typically act in the interests of their residents. So that if you felt that there was a need in your community, you might do something like that. But, it could be $500,000. You could decide you just wanted to give $10 million. It's one of those, right? Some participation will help. No participation, I think, would probably be okay. But achieving their objectives means finding additional revenue sources that'll make them more successful than they are today.
Okay. So I'm talking about Salinas Valley Memorial. Now, I know they've got a great reputation for care, and I guess what my questions come up is because they're not really like becoming a true partner. They're not investing financially in us. So they're going to be more like, I think you said a management company or like an independent contractor, like running our hospital. So that kind of brings questions up for me. Like, is this a good model, having one hospital system controlling another? And, you mentioned the liability, which is another one of my questions. But I guess I'm concerned because I've been hearing they have their own financial difficulties, of course. And now last week their CEO resigned. So are they even in a position to be able to take on management of a new hospital? It's just kind of a concern.
Okay, I heard about 3 things there.
Yeah,
so
there's a bunch of things. I'm trying to limit it, but,
No, those are all really great questions. Yeah. So on the first one, the financial alignment in the management contract is entirely dependent on how it's constructed. Mm-hmm. Though I would not recommend that anybody bring them in as a manager without having a financial stake in the hospital, not necessarily as a capital investor, but that they have a financial motivation to make this hospital successful and not just...
Can you tell me how that would occur? If they're not investing, like in what way do they...
Risk sharing on the operations, typically.
Okay. And what, for us novices, what does that mean exactly?
You share a little on the downside, you share a little on the upside, you decide how much of that you want to do, but it gives them the reason. Because if you're just going to pay them a flat fee.
Hopefully
right?
not a fat
and
fee.
they get it no matter what. I wouldn't recommend that. No, there are going to be plenty of discussions about what would be the most effective way of structuring that. With regard to the CEO of Salinas Valley, he did announce his it's not retirement. I'll say resignation,
Mm-hmm.
And we wish we could have communicated about this, but he does not plan to leave immediately. So he's been there a long time. He's done a great job. He's announced that he wants his board, they are a healthcare district also, to begin recruiting for a new one. He will stay through a transition. He thinks he'll be there for a year or more. So that news, it sounded a little bit more jarring than it turned out to be. And then you had one more that was really good. It was Salinas Valley, the CEO.
We talked about liability, but you
mentioned...
mentioned
the liability. I just want to touch on a couple liabilities. The biggest ones, which some would or would not be impacted. So their largest one today is their bonds, right? And those bonds are secured by your taxpayers today, and they would continue to be so. Mm-hmm. So we're not proposing to take out those bonds, and that would not be liability that would be assumed by the JPA. The liability that is associated with the operations of the hospital, the largest one, is the unfunded portion of their pension. They are not the only organization in California that has an unfunded portion of their pension, but over time, you want to fund that. But those are the biggest ones, truthfully. Okay. As far as what's on the books today. Then you have operating exposure, but I think that's actually less than those other things.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. If there's no more questions, we could open it up for public comment.
Mayor Casey, our first public speaker is Rob Bernowski.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I've been involved in the community for over 20 years, and this is the one issue that seems to be bringing a lot of people together. And I'm just here to ask you to embrace this. Whatever this non-binding letter of intent is, remember it's non-binding, but the district is in trouble as it is today. They're in front of the federal court system petitioning for bankruptcy. But you know, your colleagues at the county level, your colleagues at the health district level, the administrations of all, and members of the public such as me and Elias Salinas and many others, we've been coming together since this began and working to find any way possible that we can keep Hazel Hawkins Hospital. And I'm going to put the charge on you. Much like the legacy of Mr. Hawkins is Hazel Hawkins Hospital, the legacy of many of you on the dais and on other dioceses is here is, will you do what's necessary to keep this hospital open for us? Your constituents need it. It could be messy, it doesn't have to be, but I'm asking you to keep a very open mind on this. If you know, you have to be at the table to get more information the way I understand it works, because there's a lot of confidential information that will be passing through. And I can just surmise that they want to make sure those at the table are keeping it, because a district that has a legislative body that has taxing authority is at stake here. But I am just amazed at how much, again, your colleagues and your constituents are working together, mostly in a cooperative fashion. And when it gets messy, we have Roxy Montana that sort of calms the temperature down and things and keeps us moving along. I also just wanted to address the JPA item. If I were you as elected officials, I would not be too scared of that. I mean, the devil's in the details, but every school district in this county is part of at least 2 JPAs that I'm aware of, one for health insurance, one for liability insurance, and I'm going to surmise that there's many others. It's just a contract or a vehicle that allows 2 governmental agencies to work together. And if you did want to work with Salinas Valley, which is its own district by itself, I'm not an attorney, I don't play one on TV, but you would need to enter into that vehicle so that information can be exchanged and decisions can be made. But please, I'm begging you to keep a very open mind. We need the hospital here in this community. Anybody who, like me with my our second daughter, we decided to deliver in Gilroy, big mistake. We didn't make it on time, and the doctor didn't make it on time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
The next public speaker is Roxy Montana.
Thank you for allowing me to speak on this issue, this very, very important issue. People, including board members from the Hazel Hawkins Hospital. So I'm very proud to say that. I encourage anyone and everyone to come and talk with us. When you're sitting at the dais, you can listen, but it's the same with the board at the hospital. But this is a forum that allows them to actually have a dialogue with the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Elias Salinas.
Good evening. If there's one thing that Robert Bernowski and I agree on, is that this hospital cannot close. San Benito County in itself, including the city of Hollister, has just under 70,000 people. The city of Hollister holds the largest population in the county. The majority of the calls are from the city of Hollister. I urge you to please consider entering into a non-binding agreement so that you can explore what a JPA can do and how the JPA can benefit the entire San Benito County. We have a company called Advanced American Medical Group, AAMG, right now, that has made an offer to San Benito, to Hazel Hawkins Hospital, and that is to lease the hospital and purchase it in 10 years. Don't know exactly what that means, but I can tell you that AAMG is a for-profit who hires nurses out of the country that have visas to practice in California. Those nurses are non-union. I can tell you that the fear is that AAMG is going to come in and is going to, and it has a history of turning the hospitals that they have over right now into skilled nursing. That is where the money is. And that is their history that they're known for. You can look it up yourself. And I am going to voluntarily tell you that you can contact Cecilia Montalvo directly for any questions that you may have. She will take the time to talk to you and explain it to you in layman terms. We are so fortunate that San Benito County was able to find Cecilia Montalvo with her history to be able to help. Now, the most important thing, please, is that you're not here to vote or to make a decision on a JPA. You are here to consider entering a non-binding agreement so you can look into the research of what we can do to keep this hospital open. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Bob Tiffany.
Good evening one more time. Nothing is more important to our city and county than our hospital. I think we all can agree about that. This idea just presents another option to our community that might be an avenue to go forward in a positive way. In my mind, and I hope your mind, more options is a good thing. And I encourage you to further consider this idea in collaboration with the county. As they say, nothing ventured, nothing gained. And I see no reason that you shouldn't look into a non-binding exploration of this idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the public speakers for this item.
Okay, so we can have a little discussion. Councilmember Resendez, would you like to begin?
Yes, thank you. I'm so sorry I forgot your name. Cecilia, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for coming out here tonight. I do remember when I was on Intergovernmental, I saw you present when news was first coming about. I was very impressed by your resume, your expertise, and I was, on the flip side, a little bit disappointed with, I think it was the hospital's decision, Ray, I don't remember, that didn't want to move forward with partnering with Cecilia. So that's neither here nor there. That's in the past, right? But I'm glad, because I didn't know that you guys are partnering with her now. I'm glad to see that you are partnering with the county and that you're helping us to have a seat at the table and look at different options. Having said that, I've been very vocal about the disappointment of the current administration of the hospital and the board of directors. It's no secret. I don't know if everything that happened was due to COVID. I think there was some bad decision making, and as a community partner, they have not been very open and transparent and welcoming to Cecilia, the county, the city. Like, that's just the truth about it. The constituents know that as well. Again, I don't know enough about this. I would love to wait until we hear back from our colleagues at the county, who it seems like they're going to be discussing this, and I'm not opposed to it. Again, I think we all want the same thing. We know how critical it is to have a proper health care. It does concern me to hear, I've spoken to some of the workers at the hospital about the current agency, the for-profit agency that's looking to take them over. I have a lot of reservations and concerns about that. So I think that we have to do our due diligence. Again, we're public servants. Whatever we can do to help the community, we will do, but it has to be a sound financial decision. It has to make sense because we're also stewards of the tax dollars. So I'm not opposed to it. I'd like to hear more about it, and I would just look to my colleagues and I would look to our staff to see what the next steps would be. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. And so I will say I'm not excited by the prospect at this point. As a city, we already provide service countywide for the fire department, and we also provide countywide service for animal control. And in my perception is at a cost to the City of Hollister taxpayers and residents. And so I have my reservations. City Attorney, I've heard it said several times now that to sign a non-binding letter of support has no real consequences. But I also recognize, and they've acknowledged, that none of them are attorneys. And so I'd like to kind of know if we can support this. Is there a consequence if at a later point this council or a future council decides not to go forward, if that's the direction and the will of the hospital and the participants?
I'm going to give you the best attorney answer I have.
Here we go.
It depends.
It depends. Yeah, and I haven't even seen a non-binding letter of intent, so I'd have to look at it first before I could advise on it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So based on what the city attorney has now said, it's hard for me to direct staff without seeing what this looks like and have a sound legal review and analysis. And so the one nice thing I heard from Cecilia was apparently the hospital is not in a dire situation. That is something I've been led to believe is absolutely not true. And as a provider, I believe they're probably either the first or in the top 2 or 3 employers for this county. If for no other reason than to let the hospital go is very concerning to me. And I would agree with everybody that we need to find a way to get to yes and figure this thing out. But I'm going to withhold my commitment to move forward with signing a non-binding JPA letter until we have more legal analysis. And that would certainly be my ask of this council at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez.
I'm in support of finding all the options. This is every district. This is everybody. This is county. This is people traveling on our roads, going through our town and end up in our hospital. You know, we need our hospital. We want our hospital. I have to agree with Mr. Burns. I would like to, after it's reviewed, for it to come back for we can see what the city, how the city can help out. You know, I think we all want to play well together. There's just some concerns that we have. Although I'm kind of confused on the whole hospital. This is a whole new world. So it's like although I don't see if we need to find out legally where we stand. A non-disclosure, it's no commitment. It's like that's pretty basic. It's like, so I don't know what that all entails. But I agree with Mr. Burns.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, I share both the positives and the areas of concern. And I'm not sure if there are timelines in terms of when there are no timelines.
Ms. Montalvo, would you mind coming up and saying that into the mic for the record? Thank you.
I think that while we want to move forward in the coming weeks, it's not urgent that you take action tonight, and I think it's entirely reasonable that you would want to see a letter of intent before you agree to it. So I have no issue with anything you're talking about tonight.
So I think that would be my ask, or the direction that I would say is, one, I think I'd like to hear from the county and the San Juan Bautista. I'd like to see the letter, and I'd like to have a better understanding of the liabilities and also the resources that are going to be required. I understand that the hospital's a huge employer, and we need services. And at the same time, my understanding is not within the jurisdiction of the city of Hollister, and so before entering into anything, we want to make sure that we do so with all the data available to us.
Okay. So I agree somewhat with my colleagues here. I know everyone wants the same thing. We want the hospital to stay open, and then we want it to be financially stable. And I know that a lot of people are really scared, and they want a solution like now. And unfortunately, the process has been slow to unfold. I sat in, this whole crisis started a week after I took office, so it's been kind of like at the forefront of some of what I've tried to keep in front of it, what's happening, keep up to date, share with people as things happen. I watched the hospital bring in consultants that have changed their actual bottom line a bit and help them to be more successful, to keep those doors open and maintain services. And I know they're running more efficiently, but the last ad hoc that we attended, they're in a better place, but they're still barely making it. It's not a long-term solution, as I think Cecilia said. They've filed for Chapter 9. They're going through that process, and I know that they have one letter of intent, but they're also expecting a few more. They're still in negotiations. So I like that the county is trying to be proactive here, because ultimately, if things don't work out, we need a plan. But I'm also concerned that this is a separate agency that's going through a process, and now we've got another agency which feels almost like interfering with their process, because I'm concerned that putting something out here as a possible option like this from the county could have a chilling effect on those other letters of intent that might be coming in from people that are negotiating. So that's a concern for me. I know that there are those that think that a hospital being independent and local control is like the way to go, and that's a valid point. But I'm not sure about that assessment, because everything I've read in the industry says that the exact opposite, that, across the country we've got, small independent hospitals struggling and closing, and half the hospitals in California are operating in the red. I just don't think that the small independent hospital can compete with those larger hospital networks that have that economy of scale and can negotiate better reimbursement rates. And also, these rural independent hospitals, we just can't attract the staff, the doctors and the nurses. I just feel like we're at this distinct disadvantage with this kind of model. And I know that Cecilia worked on the Watsonville Hospital, and it was not the same exact situation, but similar in that it went through bankruptcy and was saved from closure. And it's been considered a great success, and I'm really happy for the people of Watsonville that it's open. But this is an example of a hospital where local control was taken back, a really large infusion of cash with new management and a governing board. And even though they went through bankruptcy and discharged debts and renegotiated contracts, and there was a new district form, they also got $30 million from the state and another $30 million that was raised by a very supportive community. After all this, you'd think they'd be sitting a little more pretty, but they're still having financial troubles. They're still operating in the red. And they've also applied for a distressed hospital loan, just like Hazel Hawkins, and they're going to receive $8.3 million. So I like the idea of independence and local control, but I'm just not sure that this is a proposal that would actually be the right move for Hazel Hawkins. So I'm not sure about that. As far as the JPA, I really do appreciate the county trying to be proactive, because I think we do have to have some kind of plan in place. But the state mandates the county to provide the emergency services. So if the hospital closes, it's going to greatly affect our county. But what's being proposed is a little confusing to me, and I'm not sure that it's quite ready for prime time here. It doesn't answer the question, what's the financial burden to Hollister? It doesn't tell us. And it's like, I feel like we're being asked to sign a blank check. So that causes me a great deal of concern. And I know this says non-binding and all of that, but it just feels like we're putting something out publicly as this is an option and we're going to move forward. And I know it's going before all the supervisors and everyone. I'm worried about the chilling effect. I'm worried about liability. I'm worried about the financial burden to the city. But the other piece of this is it's really confusing to me. You've got a new governing board was being proposed as a part of this JPA, but we still have a district and an old governing board, and now we're going to have two boards over the hospital. It just, like I said, doesn't feel ready for prime time. I just don't know that I can support that at this juncture. So, and especially given we don't really know the legal ramifications. So that's my thoughts on this. So at this point, we'd give direction, or we just...
Yeah, if council has some possible direction, it can give direction.
Okay. What is our consensus as far as this? I'm not ready to commit to anything at this point. What about you?
Mayor,
Councilmember?
I'd like to suggest to the council that we ask the city attorney's office to do a legal analysis so we have a more thorough understanding of the reality of what a non-binding agreement would be. I understand their desire to move forward. And for me, I think that's the very first step. And I couldn't agree more with you on many of your points as well. And so maybe that we can kind of get more clarity when the board meets to understand what their concerns are as well and what their thoughts are, because we got to find a solution. And so that would be where I think we go with the immediate next step, and then ask that it be time specific to, I don't know, city attorney, is this something you could have back to us within, say, a month? Is that feasible?
That's feasible, and if not, I'll update council if we need additional time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. That would be my thoughts.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to second what Councilmember Tim Bird said. I don't think that we should take it completely off the table. I don't think we should jump in either without knowing all of the details. So I'd like to hear back from the county, our colleagues across the street, see what they have to say, and I'd like a legal analysis that was suggested by Councilmember Tim Burns. Thank you.
And your agreement? Yes.
Yes, and I think we're still waiting. I think there's other processes that are moving forward in terms of the liability and the evaluation of the hospital. So those two are going to be key for that, the legal analysis, so that Mary can actually provide us with a thorough analysis. Otherwise, she's not going to have a lot of information to be able to tell us anything. Well, tell us what we need.
Okay. So I think we have concurrent. City Manager, did you have something to add? You look like you wanted to say something.
No, I think I just want to seek clarity. The initial request was an analysis just on the concept of the non-binding agreement, and then Councilmember Morales asked for additionally a liability assessment within that with some of the financial details as well. So I kind of see that as two separate things. You know, one is a little more higher level, one is that plus some more details. So I saw everybody nodding, but I want to make sure that, you know, I have clear direction on that.
If I may have neglected a step in the process here, because I don't think that we can provide you a full analysis of the projected financial performance, what the liability, that is our next step. So I did neglect to tell you that if we do, and I expect the county will want to move forward, but we will go into a deeper business planning process to test those liabilities and to understand the benefits and risks. So I can't commit that to you as part of your shorter term. That would be the longer term work we did together with ECG.
Yes, Councilmember.
I actually think that might be good, because then our attorney has more time to do the legal analysis. And I would suggest we hit pause until we have more clarity on all aspects based on what Cecilia has just now said. I don't want to quash it or stop it, but this is a pretty big commitment, even if it's a non-binding commitment, because once we say yes, I don't know how you step away from yes. And I'd also like to hear what our partners for the city of San Juan Bautista think also. Thank you.
Thank you. So does that give enough direction then as far as moving?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. back to where we are. Right. So we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Do any council members have brief questions or comments on the consent agenda? Yeah. Councilmember Resendez, do you have any? No. Councilmember Burns.
Mayor, I'd like to ask of whomever would be the appropriate person to answer it. A17 is the cannabis permit, and I'm looking for an answer to, at one point, cannabis has often been suggested to be the golden goose for tax dollars as a result of manufacturing and sales. And I did not see, and perhaps I missed in the staff report, I did not see a history for what this property has generated in financials or what it has cost to regulate it. And so I'm hoping somebody can answer that for me.
Yeah, I recommend we just pull that one for a separate discussion.
Okay. Any other quick questions, or is that it?
Apparently, there's not a quick answer. Thank you.
Any other items to be pulled? Okay. All right, we will pull item A17 then. Can I get a motion to approve the?
Move to adopt consent agenda as presented by staff, other than item A17, Madam Mayor.
Is there a second?
Point of order is, do we not have to go out to members in the audience to see if they wanted to pull something?
Oh, you know what? You're right. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mayor.
And then other point, 17 and 18 looks similar? So there's only question number 17?
Yeah, one is for the manufacturing and then one is for the cultivation. So they're two separate licenses going at the same time, so they have to be separate items.
Oh, well
So
then,
do you wanna
17
pull
and
them?
18. I was hoping to get just one robust
Okay.
answer, but
Well, then
yes,
let's
thank
go
you.
ahead and take public comment then, if we have any on the consent agenda.
Mayor Casey, we have do have one public comment. Stuart Fahmy. You can unmute and you do have 3 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I would like to request that item 16 on the consent agenda be pulled out. I have a small comment on it.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, Madam Mayor and honorable council members, I would like to address the important matter related to the resolution to be adopted by the council regarding the deferral of acceptance and consideration of requests for individual general plan amendments during the Hollister 2040 GP plan update. Despite the council's previous decision to defer such requests, I wish to bring to your attention that I had submitted a request for a special study session, which was subsequently approved, and I had engaged our consultants for the same purpose. Additionally, I had covered the fees required for the staff to pursue this petition. While I fully recognize the need to temporarily suspend
Madam Mayor,
these
I'm sorry.
applications-
We're having
I cannot hear him. Can we get a staff report first, and then can we get him to get his volume up, or can we get him up? We can't hear him, but I'd like a staff report first, if that's okay.
Can you hear me better now?
Sorry, Stuart. No, we can't hear you, sir.
Well, I don't know what's wrong. Can you hear me now?
Better, but are we pulling this item? Does the public have the opportunity to pull an
Yeah,
item?
so I recommend if Councilmember Resendez wants to modify his motion that it be approval of the consent calendar, but you pull items 16, 17, and 18.
Okay, so we're going to pull item 16, and we'll allow you to speak at that time, if that's all right with you?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other general public comments?
No, Mayor Casey, there are not.
Okay, now to Councilmember Resendez's motion.
I will amend as suggested by the city attorney, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So let's move on then to item 16. The resolution of the City Council of City of Hollister adopting a policy to defer acceptance and consideration of requests for individual general plan amendments during the Hollister 2040 general plan update. We have a report out.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Eva Kelly. I'm the interim planning manager with the city.
This item is a follow-up resolution based on the discussion that was had at the September 11th, 2023 study session by the City Council. We discussed the general plan update, the housing element a little bit, the inclusionary housing ordinance, and then we also discussed this potential deferral of individual general plan amendment items during the course of the general plan update. It's the recommendation of staff, and that study session staff report was attached to this item as part of the agenda, to defer individual requests for general plan amendments due to their effects on cost, timeline, budget, environmental analysis for the city's comprehensive general plan update. So this is an item. It was the direction of the council to defer for 7 months, coming back with updates on the general plan. This is a resolution that defers through April 30th of next year, 2024. And then staff will come back to you at that time, see where we're at. But it's our recommendation to not accept individual general plan amendment applications during the course of the general plan update.
Okay, do we have questions then for her?
Yes, thank you for reminding me of what that item was about. City Clerk, do you remember what the vote was on that? I'm sorry to put you on the spot. I think it might have been unanimous that we're all in favor of that. City Manager is shaking his head yes.
That's my recollection, but I will have to confirm.
All right, just asking. Thank you so much.
And if I may, I don't think it was a vote. I think it was just a consensus. That is correct. Interim Planning Manager Kelly, all of the items at that meeting were by council consensus.
Any other questions, or? So we'll go to public comment then. We want to allow him to speak.
Okay, can you hear me fine now?
Yes.
Okay. Again, I am not to repeat what I just said. I just wish to bring to your attention, to the Honorable Council and to Madam Mayor, that we had submitted a request for a special study session that was based on the council's exact demand from us to do so, which we did, and it was subsequently approved. We paid the fees to the consultants and to the city to move forward with this petition. And while I fully recognize the need to temporarily suspend these applications, my understanding is that both the staff and the consultant for the general plan update has suggested the 7-month pause, which takes us to the April 30th date that was mentioned. My point is that I respectfully request that the council consider allowing the applications on April 30 to move forward, whether or not the general update has been adopted, in order to save time while we recognize the need to adopt to whatever the GB update is going to call for. In other words, we're just trying to save time here. I'm not suggesting you revisit the resolution, because I understand what you're trying to do here, and I appreciate it. But Hollister is experiencing growth, and it is everybody's duty to address the housing and development needs of our city. This not only aligns with the state mandates, but also caters to the natural growth of the population and of the working force, and it fosters the well-being and development of the city in general. I genuinely appreciate your attention, and I understand the challenging decisions you must make in your roles. I wish you would take the time to consider my request to make sure that upon the expiration of the pause on April 30th, that would be allowed to continue with our application, which again, we already had paid the city fees for the staff to process this application. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
Mayor Casey, those are all the public comments for this item.
Do we have any further discussion on this item? Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So it's hard for me to hear him, but I do remember him. And it was my recollection, so it could be wrong, that there were 2, 3, 4, or maybe more people that were in this particular quandary based on this council's direction to extend, recognizing the challenges a change or an amendment could create, and the compounding effect potentially not only on proposed projects but on the plan itself. And so do you know how many people we have in a like situation here? And
I do. Yes, I do. So we have 6 applications for general plan amendments that are in what I would call 3 different situations. So as the council may be aware, the city of Hollister has a unique, it's not a required policy, but it is something that's in our specific code for an initiation step. So we require an initiation application, and that comes before the council and before the applicant can apply for a general plan amendment or a pre-zone or a rezone. Pre-zone is for annexation. The applicant has to come with that initiation request and say, hey, I have this idea, this proposal, and the city council has to adopt an initiation before they can even submit the formal application for staff to review. So the council gets a heads up, and I believe the intent of that policy is so that because these are long-term projects and they're long-term policy decisions, it gives an applicant a bit of an assurance that the council understands their proposal and is willing to consider it in the future before they spend money on an environmental analysis and those types of things. So that being said, we have an initiation step, and then we have the formal application review. So we have one application in process that is for a general plan amendment and a pre-zone to annex with a sphere of influence amendment that received initiation authorization. I'll retract. It's technically 2. They've become combined into one project. So 7. They have received initiation back in 2020. They have been being processed alongside the general plan. They have submitted for their formal general plan amendment pre-zone application, are in the middle of environmental review. That is set to follow the general plan. So in line with this proposed policy, they would still follow the general plan. Their environmental has been set up to do that. So that's the first case, and it is technically 2 applications. The second case is one application at San Felipe and Maple. They did receive the approval for the initiation, so they are technically authorized to submit their pre-zone and general plan amendment application to the city. They have not submitted. The city is not processing that. SAF is not processing that. They've indicated to me that they have no interest in applying for that. So that's something we'd like to address potentially in the general plan separately at the city's process. And then we have 4 application requests including Mr. Fami's initiation request, that are currently at kind of a standby, but they are requests for initiation. They have not received approval by the city council or denial. They have submitted a request that would need to come before the council. They have not come before the council.
So with regard then, we have one that has received authorization. What are we doing in that case versus the 4 that they've taken the steps, but they haven't formally submitted?
Sure. So I haven't made a recommendation or included into this policy, but if it's okay with Dave and the council, I can make a recommendation to the council. We could bring something back or revise this policy to include it as one kind of collective item. But I would recommend to the council for the first 2 projects, which are significantly into the process and already planned to follow the general plan update, staff could continue to work on those at kind of the slow process we discussed during the study session. And then those environmental reviews and the formal adoption of those projects would come after the general plan update is adopted, whenever that is. For the one that received initiation but has not applied, I would recommend the council rescind that initiation, continue with the general plan update process. If in the future that property owner doesn't like the general plan designation that's ultimately adopted, they could always apply again, or they could just apply for a project that complies with the new general plan in the future. And then for the 4 initiation requests that we have received that haven't come yet before the council, in keeping with this policy, I would recommend denial at this time and that they come back in the future. Now, the council could kind of put them on hold for this policy. They could potentially discuss a refund of those monies, or they could withdraw the applications, and then have them reapply. I think there's a few options as far as the technical processing of those, but it would be my recommendation to not authorize the initiation of those 4 applications at this time.
So remind me, how did we come to the 7-month or April 2024 timeframe with the general plan?
Yes, so our consultant, off the top of his head, suggested a potential 6 to 7 month time frame. Staff has been working with them on a rescope. We're hoping to bring that forward to the council. It's likely going to be longer than that, but we'll have a scope for you in the future for consideration. We're hoping the next meeting, but I'm making no promises. But we will, in keeping with your recommendation, we'd like to just have an April 7-month deadline, and then we'll come back to you with a discussion to further this policy or maybe change direction.
Okay. My concern is that this can continue to be kicked down the road, and I wouldn't want to be on the other side of this conversation. I can absolutely understand how somebody could get very frustrated given the fact that they've done what we've asked them to do, but I also recognize there's a compounding effect on this process as well of staff. And so my recommendation would be to refund their money, let them bring it back when the general plan is adopted, and move forward with the 2 that you talked about where we've significantly down or potentially down that road. And I think we absolutely have a responsibility to provide those folks with a service based on where we're at. So I like your thoughts on that. Thank you, Mayor. Those are my questions and thoughts.
Councilmember Resendez, you have a
Thank you. And for the gentleman, the developer that called in, where's his project? Is it going to be one of those 2 that you talked about that's potentially
It
at
is
the
not.
finish line? It's not.
He has applied for the initiation of pre-zone.
So this is what I worry about. And we talked about this at great length. That's why we went with staff's recommendation. We need to make a decision. I think we made a decision, and we just need to stick with it. We're not going to make everybody happy. And sometimes, Eva, does it not, do the developers not wait to see what you do, whether they're going to put their application in, rescind it, and all of these things, whether it benefits their project or not? Do you find that to be true, a true statement?
I would say that developers, yes, look at the trends of the council, look at the trends of staff, decisions of the planning commission when making decisions on whether to submit applications.
I remember we discussed this at great length. I say we stick to the original decision that we made was a 7-month pause on everything, and we're not going to please one side or the other, or we can't please everybody. And it wasn't an easy one to make. In case you're watching, Stuart, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez. Oh, did he step away? Yeah. Vice Mayor, do you have some comments?
So I think what's very concerning is at our whenever we had that consensus, we actually asked the consultant about the timelines, and he was absolutely sure that it was going to be that time frame. And now you're saying that that's not the case, that it's going to be extended longer. And this is what I worry about, is that we've been hearing this, the timelines being extended for, how long?
Right now, I'd have to review the draft scope.
So my concern is that the timelines are going to continue to be extended, and we're going to, we're going to have, 6 or 7 folks kind of in limbo while we figure out what we're going to do and figure out what those timelines are going to be. So that's my concern. And the reason why we asked our consultant that question, and he was absolutely sure that it wouldn't take any longer than that, and then we hear otherwise. And this is why it's really hard to make decisions when you don't have the information, because that was one of the things we actually, that was a key point in making that decision.
I agree with the Vice Mayor, because I recall the conversation, and we were very pointed about this timeline and not wanting to have an open-ended carrying on. So it is a little frustrating. And, if it's going to be extended, we need to have a point certain. I don't know what that point is, but, and I'm not, not putting this on you. The consultant's the one who gave us that information. And so we don't want people sitting in limbo. So I'm not sure what we can do to resolve this, but, I don't know, what's your feelings on this, council member? Should we?
Thank you, Mayor. So I think we stay the course based on the original information. I would ask that perhaps the consulting firm come back with an update, knowing that this council has a appetite for a real deadline, and then we figure out what to do with those 6 or 7, whatever that number is, because I think it's reasonable to extend this for that period of time, given the data we had at the time we made the decision. I don't know that it's reasonable to continue that path when people have projects that they want to pursue, and I recognize that costs are going to continue to go up, but I also recognize that staff is limited and they only have so many things they can do. So I think we stay the course for this point and move forward. I liked the planning manager's direction for the 2. I think we still need to move forward with those based on what we've committed to do, and the other 5 or 4, whatever that number may be, 7 months from now, April 1st, April whatever it is, maybe not April 1st, but soon thereafter, make a decision based on where we're at, because I only want to make a decision one time, and I want it based on current information, and I believe that was the current information at that time. And this is through nobody's actions by the planning staff, but I also, like the vice mayor, I'm really frustrated when these things continue to be extended out without a point to be determined. And so I've been under the impression that the general plan was going to be ready to go for some period of time. I'm coming up on my 3-year anniversary on this council, and I'm not convinced it's going to get done in my 4th year. And so inconvenient for me, extremely inconvenient, probably very expensive for people trying to push it forward. But again, my recommendation is stay the course. Thank you.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
So with the new information, I'd like to see that we don't accept any more amendments, and then at another meeting, talk about the 7. Because I think not knowing what the actual timelines are, we really need to figure out what are we going to do with the 7, have some time to discuss it, because if we didn't have somebody to have a public comment, this would have just passed. And then not having the information, looking at the impact of our community, I think we need to move forward, not do any more amendments, but the 7, we should really think about, how we're going to move or not move forward with them. But we need a separate discussion at a later time. I think, it's 9:10 and we still have the majority of the agenda item to still go through. So that would be my recommendation, with the consultant coming back and telling us what's going on and where are we and what are the timelines.
So have the consultant come back to give us an update, but also to discuss the
The
7
7.
that are
Mhm.
already and have been submitted or are in process, or. Councilmember.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Councilmember Morales, I'm a little confused. So can you just run that by me one more time? What is your recommendation?
So it sounds like we need more information on the 7 applications, and some may just be not appropriate, some we might deny, but I think we need to have more time to review that information. I think we can move forward on not having any additional, outside of the 7, not having any additional amendments on the general plan, but have the consultant come back and give us
Got it.
a different, whatever the new information is with the new timelines. At a separate time, discuss the 7, and not to do it right now.
Yeah. Got it. Thank you. I feel like we already made a decision and we already had the opportunity for them to come and speak about it, and we talked about it in great length, right? So now we're talking about potentially holding back 4, but the 2 that are over here, letting them go forward. But Ms. Kelly, have you talked to those 2? Were they here at the last meeting when we had this properly agendized? Did they know where we were at? You know what I mean? So I feel like we're just like all over the place. And my recommendation, again, is different from my 2 colleagues that I've heard, is we just need to adopt it and stick to the 7-month pause for everybody, come back in 7 months, and then let's revisit it then, because we had the opportunity for them to come and speak. We had it on the agenda during the study session. I don't remember if those projects came or who they were. I see that one project came tonight, but even if we change it to well, probably not Councilmember Morales' recommendation, but certainly Councilmember Burns' recommendation, it's not going to affect the developer that called in to speak anyway. So my recommendation is for us to adopt it as is and for us to revisit it in 7 months like we committed to at this study session. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Perez. I'm sorry, Councilmember Perez.
That was a quick demotion. Yeah. Actually, you know what? I agree with Roland Resendez. We set this before in pace. It's like now it comes to us and it's like we're ready to stamp it. And it's like, you know, our goal is to get the whole process together to give you guys some time. And it's like we're backing up the whole system again.
Yeah, the basic change is that now we're not going to be done in 7 months. Remember, the consultant told us we'll have this ready for you 7 months. So we all agreed because of that.
Bring it back.
And now it's going to be extended. We don't know how long at this point. So that's the concern, is that it's limbo.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, please.
So the conversation that night, the sphere changed even from the Planning Commission to that meeting. And so the estimate of 7 months was an estimate on the fly. And so what we could do is, yeah, we have to bring it back. We have to bring that scope back. They'll have a better idea after going back and looking at what those changes do to the scope, the different studies and all of that. And I think at that time we could assess those other ones going forward as well. I do want to put that just out there that, you know, although that maybe they were a little bold in saying 7 months, that was a change even then that they probably needed to do a little more homework on, and we don't have a certain date yet, and so that's why it's not on tonight's agenda.
So we could, in essence, table this decision until we get, it could come back
I mean,
with information and with discussion.
That's an option. I think from a, we did bring it the last time. It was discussed. We did get a lot of public comment on it. So this item, we were bringing it back on consent. What the idea was then was the 7 months and reevaluate if it was going to take longer than the 7 months. And that's why it was presented the way it is tonight. So I don't think it was certain that it was going to be 7 months. We put the 7 months on to revisit.
Okay. So what is the will of the council? Any more discussion? Do we have a direction?
I recommend that we adopt it as is, move forward, go with the staff's recommendation, come back and revisit it in 7 months.
So do we need to make a motion? Is this a resolution?
Yeah,
correct?
this is
So
this
does
is an
someone wanna
actual
make a
agenda item
motion?
resolution. So you need a motion for
That
approval.
would be my motion, just to adopt item A16 as presented by staff, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Is there a second to this motion?
A16.
Okay, motion dies for lack of second. Is there another motion?
Move to pull for further consideration
I second.
to a time specific. And again, I don't know what that looks like, so I don't want to be unreasonable, but
If it were to a date specific, I would suggest bringing it at the same time that we bring the updated scope for the general plan, with a discussion of if you were to proceed with those items, how much difference in timing and cost would go along with that. So it's really, you have two options at that point. The pausing and stay the course, along with what was requested with the changes at the study session. So they're going to come back regardless and say, this is the new time frame, this is the dollar amount based on what was voted on. I think what we could do is look at what I'm hearing here is if the other items went, that is going to change the timeline and that is going to change the cost. And so you would have a better idea at that point. Option one is basically what was asked for at the general plan meeting plus a pause. Option two would be what was asked for at the general plan meeting with these additional items added into it.
So I think I'm fine with the pause for the 7 months. I think that's what this council agreed on, but I think where we're conflicted is the fact that we've received new information that in all likelihood this is going to be extended further out, and I can't necessarily say that I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Now, that's not on our planning staff, that's on the consulting firm, And so that's a you problem, not an us problem. And they need to figure it out. And they need to, when they speak, they need to recognize that we take them at their word. And for me, that's a real problem when we don't get factually accurate information. And so I'm fine with the pause for the 7 months myself, but I need to a date certain when we're going to hit that deadline. And this is just one reason why, but again, not on the planning staff whatsoever. As a matter of fact, they're just kind of caught in the crossfire on this thing. And so that's not fair to them. And there are consequences to processing this work. And so I absolutely support their desire to delay that. But on the other end, we still have a responsibility to provide good customer service. And candidly, this doesn't feel like that to me. And so that would be my recommendation to the council.
What was your recommendation again? Are you recommending now
I don't know
to
what it
move
is,
ahead
but I'll
with
second
this
it.
motion? Or
With that amendment, yes, I'll make a second. Or I can make a first and somebody can second it.
Yeah, I think you were making a motion because the first motion failed for lack of a second.
Okay, so that'd be my motion.
What is your motion, sir? I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
yes, can you repeat it? Your motion, please.
You asked for it. So to pause for the 7 months, as this council has committed to, bring the consultant back at a time specific to tell us where we stand with the general plan, and to then figure out what we need to do for 7 months and 1 day after we've paused on moving forward processing those requests or applications.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember.
thank you. I heard the staff say that they're going to bring that information back and let us know what the update is. So essentially, we're just adopting item A16. Am I not correct in assuming that?
If we were to bring back, because we plan on bringing back, we'll probably bring it back. Our goal will be the 6th. We'll work with the consultant to get it here quickly, to bring back the amendment based on the changes made when we had the general plan meeting. So if what I'm hearing is correct, then the motion is to pause for the 7 months and then have it come back at a date certain. We'll look at November 6th to have the contractor come back, lay out the timeline and the proposed costs for the changes that were agreed to.
With a contingency that if this is going to be extended beyond April 1st of 2024, that we need to revisit the extension, because what if he comes back or she comes back and says, oh, we're not going to be done with this until 2026? That's a real problem for me, you know? And so I don't write a check I can't cover, and I don't write open checks. And so the 7 months was not intended to be an open check. It was intended to be a date specific. And thank you to the planning staff for making us aware, because otherwise I'd have sat here fat, dumb, and happy thinking, oh, April 1st. Well, the only fool in the room at that point then is going to be Tim Burns, and I really don't want to be that person. So, you know, and we need to hold people accountable. I've said that multiple times today. And so shame on us if we choose to let people wiggle off the hook. Thank you. I think I've made myself clear and maybe beyond.
So you've made your motion. Is there a second on that, or the second? So can I get a vote then? All in favor?
Yes.
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 Okay, motion carries 5-0. Let's
Well,
move.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
I'm not agreeing with that. I
Oh,
wanted.
I'm sorry. I thought you said yes.
wanted a pause for the 7 and then look at the 7 projects in terms of the impact. But that's not what the motion, so I'm voting no on that.
I'm sorry. So it's a 4-1 vote. Sorry. All right. So we'll look at item 17 then. Resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister renewing regulatory permit for traditional routes to operate a cannabis manufacturing facility at 1091 San Felipe Road. Do we have a staff
Good evening,
report?
Council. I'm here to answer any questions.
Councilmember Burns?
So my question is for 17, and spoiler alert, 18 will simply be, when these projects come forward historically, they have a perception that they're going to generate significant tax dollar income from the process. And I did not see any of that included in the staff report. Perhaps I missed it, but I'd like to know what they have actually provided to the city versus potentially what the cost of regulating that is. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns, if I may jump in, typically the individual sales tax of a specific business is not a public record that would be discussed out here. What we could do, if it was the will of the council, is to give a overall cannabis update and bring that to a future meeting where we talk about the revenue generated by the industry that we have permits with in totality. We'd be happy to do that.
That would work for me, Mayor.
So then do we have a motion to approve these items 17?
If it was the same question for both, you can adopt both at the same time.
Can we, okay, so do we have a motion to approve items 17 and 18 on the consent?
I'd like to see that information before we approve these items.
Okay, someone want to make a motion of some kind?
I'll make a motion to pull pending further review.
I second.
Okay, all in favor?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
if I could ask just a clarifying question before the vote. For the permits that are in front of us, Ms. Mendez, the expiration dates for these, can you look at that and let us know when the expiration dates are? Because these are renewals. And so the decision you're making may actually, by the time we're back at a next meeting, those permits may have expired. So
They expired this Friday.
Is there a process to, through a council action, to extend them pending council review?
I don't know the answer to that question. I'd have to look at your Muni code.
So I'm wondering why they're coming so late if they're about to expire on Friday? Is there a reason for that?
No, there isn't a reason. They were in the agenda for a while, and they just came tonight, so there isn't really a specific reason why they came in. But now, the other thing is their bank accounts also are reliant on the license itself. So it's important for them to have an active license to keep their bank's account active.
Is there a process to grant an extension in their license? Maybe this is a workaround, but to give them a 3-month temporary until, I mean, I have other questions of law enforcement, of the fire department as well, but I'd also like to know what our costs are versus what the financial benefit is.
I know earlier you did, I think, ask that you wanted to know what the operating cost of the facility is. The regulatory permit renewal does have a fee of $6,800, and when the applicant comes in for renewal, we do an annual inspection. The fire department, police department, the building department, and I do the review of the application. So that fee should cover the fee for fire, police, and building.
But that doesn't speak to the taxing dollar or the consequences or benefits.
I have the information. I just believe it should be all disclosed altogether, right?
I got a question.
Councilmember Perez, you had a question?
So
No,
how long
we
has
can't
this,
release
has this company
individual
been in
tax
operation?
info.
I'm sorry?
I was just responding to the last question or comment. We can't release individual tax information to the public.
That's what I was going to say. It's like, so how long have they been in business?
For 3 years now.
Okay, 3 years. Their permit's up. They just want a renewal.
Correct.
I say that we give them a renewal. However much money they're making or not making is none of my business. They're coming to us to get a permit. Fire signed off? Yes. Police signed off? What's the problem?
Just real quick, this facility is one of our more, sorry, this is Charlie with the fire department. This facility is one of our more dedicated and workable facilities that we do run it. That's minimal work that we do have to, and they're always open for education, and they provide everything on time that they need to do. So
I don't know.
it is
So
just a renewal
what is
for
the
him.
issue we're having? You know what, I'm really tired. So I don't know if I'm missing something here.
I'm not tired at all. Having said that, Councilmember Perez, my concerns are not how much money they make, how much tax money is generated from their business to the city. Typically, when cannabis businesses are established, they're viewed as a cash cow.
Big lie.
And we know that's not true.
Right.
But I also don't know because, number one, the permit expires, as I now understand it, on Friday. So we have no bridge if we don't push this forward. And so in the future, maybe we should see these a month or two in advance.
Good idea. I understand what you're saying.
You know, and so it kind of puts us in a very difficult or awkward situation. And I understand why they can't necessarily disclose this in open session. Right. But on the other hand, it becomes a me problem when I don't feel it should be a me problem. And shame on me for asking questions of specific nature that I think as a council we have a right and a need to know to make good decisions moving forward. And so my challenge now is I don't know how we get to know, because it sounds like there's no way to get the answers. And I appreciate the conversation about how they're a good business. I appreciate that very much. And I've not heard any negative comments by police or fire, and that's helpful. But I would like a more thorough presentation. And again, to Council Member Vice Mayor Morales' position, these are on the consent calendar. So if we don't ask these kind of questions, I'm losing some faith in this consent calendar
Madam Mayor,
thing.
if I may.
Oh, that's okay. Go ahead and interrupt me.
Can he finish his statement before you're done? All right.
I just think the council's time would be better spent if we call for a vote now, and in the future, ask these questions before we come to the council meeting, as to not waste the public's time. I'm going to call for a vote on item A. 17. Thank you.
I appreciate that. I would like a moment to speak as well. So, so if I'm understanding correct, Councilmember Burns, your question is about the industry, not about this particular business. So could we have a discussion more generally about the industry and its value, you know, as opposed to, I mean, I think these guys have been operating business for 3 years. They need their permit. We can't really, you know, not pass this tonight without impacting their business. So I don't think we have a choice here. But if there is concern and we want to bring an item back or request further discussion generally on the industry, you know, I would be okay with that.
And if I could also comment just a quick, and I mean quick, narrow in scope review of the Muni Code. It specifically says at 5.42.120, the City Council may elect not to renew a regulatory permit issued under this chapter if, and then there's 3 separate qualifiers. And so the council may need to make findings related to those if it's going to deny it. And so there could be a concern there too.
Okay.
I think my concern is, one, that it's placed on the consent, 2, that we can't ask those questions of whether, you know, those findings are there or not, that now we're in a position where we have to renew and we don't have any time whatsoever to get additional information. I think I can tell you, like, some people in my area, they're fine with cannabis, and other people are like, why do we even have them? I don't have that opportunity to even question anything because of the time and that it's already on the consent. So I feel like I don't have a choice.
So do we have a motion here?
So moved.
So moved to what?
There's still a motion on the table to table the item.
Oh, to table.
Yes, it's currently by Councilmember Burns and a second by Councilmember Morales to table it to a future council meeting.
And then you received a second motion from Councilmember Resendez, and under Rosenberg's Rules of Order, we start with the second motion first and work backwards. Crazy, I know.
Rosenberg.
And I thought that there was a second to Councilmember Resendez. That's what I thought. So you have to start with the latest motion first and then work backwards. If this one doesn't pass, then you go to the original motion.
Yes.
So your motion is to move to,
Well, there was a motion. I asked to move to adopt, and I got a second from Councilmember Perez.
Okay.
So
So
we're
move to
taking a
adopt.
vote.
okay.
Is that okay?
Yes, so let's,
And can I just confirm that it's for 2023-204 and 205 for items B 17 and 18?
yes.
Okay,
fine.
thank you.
Okay.
That's for both items, both permits.
Yes.
So as to this second motion, all in favor?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, so we have, is it 5-0 then? So then that defeats the second motion, so we're done. Okay. Thank you. All right. So we're done then with the consent agenda. All right. So we're going to move on then to public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the records, and speak to the city council. If you're joining us via Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you are joining us via Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any items not on the agenda. City clerk, do we have public comment?
Yes, Mayor Casey. The first speaker is Rob Bernowski. Okay.
He
The next
left.
public speaker is Maureen Nelson.
I almost have to say good morning, all. So, thank you for allowing me to be up here again. I appreciate the opportunity. I just wanted to bring to everybody's attention that we have a landfill within our county that has requested an expansion from 1,000 tons per day to 2,300 tons per day, from 95 acres to 495 acres. So I just wanted to bring to attention that there was air monitoring done that was presented into the EIR. It is section 4.3-10 and 4.3-36, 4.3-48. It states that the nearest monitoring station for the project site is Salinas High School. They're monitoring carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxide, nitrogen dioxide. Per air quality monitoring in a National Institute of Health directive, it's characterizing nitrogen oxides from 2021 and how to measure. It states from the National Institute of Health that you measure these chemicals within 500 meters. That's less than 1/3 of 1 mile. Last time I drove to Salinas High School was not 1/3 of a mile away from any of our issues here in Hollister and San Benito County. So we're looking at 95 out-of-county trucks coming into the landfill on a daily basis and going out. When you're standing at Rancho Santana School, 700 plus students, teachers, staff will be experiencing a 20-ton truck passing in front of them every 2.5 minutes with these chemicals being released. What are the faults with these chemicals? Well, it's been known to increase asthma, onset of childhood asthma, non-asthma respiratory symptoms, impaired lung function, total cardiovascular mortality, cardiovascular morbidity. So this is associated with nitrogen oxide, carbon dioxide, and elemental carbon. This decreases rapidly from the edge of a road or within the first 500 meters. Why are we measuring from Salinas, and why would we consider bringing in this trash when it is a losing proposition for our county, our residents? And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Bridget Bauman-Thorpe.
Hi, good evening again. I'm Bridget Bowman Thorpe. I live in Hollister. First of all, I wanted to point out, I hope you all got a mailer. It has a lot of information. You can go on the JRZL website, County of San Benito's own website, get all the facts. There are all the agreements on it, also the JRZL financials. Please take the time, look at it, because your city will be impacted. So, by the way, I don't know if you know, but about the wastewater going to your city wastewater treatment. I made a comment in a DEIR, which is in the final EIR. Everybody can access this. It's was released on the 29th of September, the final EIR. Here's my comment about a projected wastewater generation, table 4.12-1. Currently, production of wastewater is 2020 was 289,080 per year. The leach production would increase to 2.3 million, 23,152 gallons per year with the total land in expansion. The landfill does not only produce leachate, it produces also other wastewater. The total production of wastewater, it's going to your city wastewater treatment, would double to 4,707,704 gallons per year. I hope you are aware of it, that the leachate from the landfill is piped to the wastewater treatment center. This puts a massive strain on the wastewater treatment center. A lot of the chemicals, PFAS, could evaporate, become airborne, and expose the residents of Hollister to these chemicals. This was their response. I don't want to finish it all. I just want to get the response. I have to hurry up. The commenter raises concerns regarding increasing the volume of wastewater being sent to the city of Hollister wastewater treatment plant. The commenter also raises concerns regarding chemicals evaporating from the wastewater treatment plant and exposing residents to these chemicals. Like I said, it's the commenter. As described in a response to comment 55-1, the proposed project would not be expected to substantially increase the volume of leachate being directed to the city's wastewater treatment plant. Also, wastewater treatment plants are designed to remove pollutants from the wastewater to protect downstream beneficial use. Wastewater treatment plants are not known to be sources of toxic evaporated chemicals. I wasn't finished, but this is part of the FEIR.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Rudy Pache. Gone. Next public speaker is Mary Shaw Corin.
Thank you for letting me speak today on the subject. There were over 1,000 people in San Benito County, maybe a few outside, but mostly in this county, who objected to the landfill expansion, and I think the vast majority were in the city of Hollister. So I think it would be wise. This previous speakers did a really good job of pointing out the problems with this landfill expansion, which the county will be taking on or addressing. But I think it would be really wise for the city to take a position on it, since many of your constituents will be greatly impacted. For example, the route that the garbage trucks will be taking, there's going to be a lot of garbage trucks coming from Silicon Valley. In fact, I think the estimate is that 90% of the garbage will be from Silicon Valley. So it's going to be coming, this is after the expansion, right? More recently it was 80% of the garbage. So the route will include going down Airline Highway and within city limits. So I think that the city should weigh in on this. There'll be a lot of damage to the roads. I mean, there's a lot of other impacts as well, which the previous speakers referred to. So I think that this city council should weigh in on this. I know you cannot make a decision, but you can certainly pass a resolution to make a recommendation, for example, that the County Board of Supervisors not allow such a huge expansion of the landfill to accommodate out-of-county garbage. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Donnie B.
Good morning. I always say good morning. So people were talking about the good morning earlier. So, my name is Donnie B. I'm talking about no flock cameras. There's so many different ways that you can attack this issue. Let's talk first about the constitutional aspect, which is the most important document. Obviously, I don't need to tell us this, but we need to follow the rules of the Constitution no matter what. And the Fourth Amendment states the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be searched. So the Supreme Court has ruled that dragnet searches are in fact unconstitutional because they do not do that. They do not specifically pinpoint what is being searched. So flock is a dragnet surveillance. And as technology exponentially becomes more powerful, including AI and including the capability of cameras to record audio and visual things, the powers of surveillance are going to be severely tested, and the Fourth Amendment is going to be tested in this time period and in the next time periods going forward. All of us have the responsibility, whether or not you're an average everyday citizen, whether or not you're just law enforcement or anybody. We all have the obligation to protect all of our amendments, all of our Bill of Rights amendments, which were placed to protect us from the reaches of government, because power corrupts. The founding fathers, quote unquote founding fathers, knew that. The framers of the Constitution knew that. Power corrupts. Power is a corrupting influence on people. So therefore, we have to make sure that the people that have power, we have to check them. Okay. So I've had a lot of interesting conversations with law enforcement on this issue, and I've got a wide variety of different responses back. One person said to me, law enforcement said to me, that flock did in fact not give them any more capability to solve crimes, but it made their job significantly easier. And so that was told me. Another person told me that anybody that doesn't support, a law enforcement person told me this, anybody that doesn't support flock cameras must be having something to hide. So there's also that mentality in our law enforcement. We'll be talking more about this too as we get out there, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Sean Dempsey.
Mayor Casey, council members, I'm here as regards the Winds Alley freestanding water issue. This water issue has gone on for years. I'm going to read you a short form of it, because I need to get to the end page. Location at Winds Alley between West Street and Powell Street. Alley in total disrepair, deep potholes throughout the alleyway. And the problem is, during the rainy seasons each year, water accumulates in these large deep potholes, and there's a quantity of 7. And the following occurs. The water accumulates in the large potholes. Traffic going through the alleyway creates large waves. These large waves are big enough to have enough water flow into the neighbours' garages and cause flooding and water damage to property at their expense. And then you have got this freestanding water / gravel / silt in the large deep potholes also gets into the sewerage manhole located halfway between West Street and Powell Street. I'm going to close with that as regards that, but did you folks get pictures on this? Yeah, thank you. Also, the on page 4, this is the silt and gravel getting into the manholes. I also, if you go to page 5, it's a quote I got from the Nicholson Construction company, and they gave me a quote on it as regards what to do. And I would recommend that you grant them a permit for to get this done. The price is very reasonable, and also they will guarantee that for quite a few years actually. And Rick, I would also ask you to give me a help on this, to go to the city and just give the permit and get it done, because what I'm watching at the moment is the rains. The rains are coming in very shortly, and last year the city engineers they tried to level it, what have you, and I asked the chap in the machine, what are you trying to do with it? And he said, oh, I'm just going to level it. And I said, aren't you going to do a trench up the centre? He says, I'm doing what my boss tells me. I'm just going to level it. That's a no-no. So please help me. I just want to beat the rains. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Barry Katz.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I too am here to address the giant landfill expansion that the county is contemplating. That Waste Solutions, which is one of the largest waste companies in the world, actually, is proposing, and their interest is simply to make money. Some people are speaking them of as partners. They're not partners. They're a contractor providing a service. The more garbage they can bring in from other counties, the more money they can make. That's their only goal. The issue will have huge impacts on the folks here in Hollister. Number one that you'll see as soon as garbage starts flowing in is the traffic. You will have not only 95 semi-trucks, not just garbage trucks, these are semi-trucks, 95 round trips. These trucks will be stopping at stop signs and traffic lights and passing right by and sometimes stopping right at our schools. When I drove here tonight, I live in Aromas. I was seeing what a gorgeous county we are. I always hear how poor we are. People seem to forget how rich we are. This is a phenomenal place. You come in and you're just driving to go to a meeting, and it's gorgeous. So on your way, and we have the Pinnacles National Park. We're so fortunate to have that. And what are people going to see as they drive out there? Are they going to see the beautiful vistas they see now as they drive out there? No. It's going to all be blocked by one gigantic mountain of garbage. It's just way too much. If you look at the EIR, it claims to have something like 6 or 7 alternatives. But to my mind, there are no alternatives because every one of them is in the same location, a location that makes no sense for this county. This location is right outside the city of Hollister. It's in an area where we're building a new college campus, and thousands of houses are being built and are in varying stages. Some are still in planning. So the city is growing. I mean, it's not officially the city yet. I'm sure it will be at some point, but it's growing closer and closer. There's a total conflict in the planning between growing the city that way and putting this dump to bring in garbage from all the other counties. If they truly insist on having a regional mega plant that's this big, they should be looking at, is this really the right place to put it? I wouldn't want to have it in my backyard, but to be honest with you, if the landfill was out in Aromas, it would bother quite a few people, but it would be 1/10 as many people. We don't have the population. When I moved to Aromas, the county, thank you, please, a resolution to condemn this.
The next public speaker is Renee Baez.
Hey, good evening, Mayor, Casey, staff, and City Council members. I want to first thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Renee Baez, and I'm a field representative for the NorCal Carpenters Union. I just want to touch on the need for labor standards on the residential and commercial projects that come through this area. When I talk about labor standards, I'm thinking accredited apprenticeships. I'm thinking healthcare for workers and the families. And I'm also thinking local hire. You see, projects that invest in apprenticeships, healthcare, and local hire is the right choice for construction workers and the community. This allows the workers and their families to live in the communities that they work in. This also means those wages that are earned will be reinvested back into the local community as they spend their earnings, and their tax dollars will also help fund local schools and government, which we really need. Now, I understand that California needs housing and we need affordable housing, most definitely, but we also need jobs. And I believe the construction men and women who are building these homes, they need a livable wage, they need access to health care, and they need representation. They deserve dignity, honor, and they deserve respect. And so I just wanted to make sure that I speak on public comment and make sure that the city of Hollister deserves those who can work local, those who can have access to health care, and also the kids and the students who will soon be graduating can have access to be able to work on the residential and the commercial projects that will soon be coming. We cannot stop growth, but we can help our students and those tradesmen who work locally. Instead of them traveling to San Francisco, Cupertino, Mountain View, we can actually have them working here. And so I just want to speak to the need for labor standards. I hope we can raise the questions to the contractors and developers that we can push those standards. So I just want to thank you for your time. I know it's been a long night. Staff, council members, you worked very hard, and I really appreciate all of you guys. Thank you so much and have a good night.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Elias Salinas.
Good evening. In 1968, San Benito County created the landfill, John Smith Road a rural landfill. Since 1980, the state of California has not allowed any other landfills to be created. The city of Hollister has a liability out at the John Smith landfill that it's hazardous and it has to be removed. Waste Solutions is willing to take on the responsibility and the cost to get that. I do not believe that the city of Hollister has the tens of millions of dollars that it's going to cost. If you don't believe me, call and get a tour of the landfill so you can see for yourselves. You can't even see the landfill from Santana Ranch. You can't even see the landfill from Fairview Road. Should the landfill get the expansion, the closest, the property line to Santana House will be 1.7 miles. It'll be 2.3 miles from the expansion where it will start. The expansion will start on the furthest east corner. By the time it gets closest to the 1.7 miles to Santana Ranch, that'll be in about 40 years to 50 years, if it's calculated the way they say that the landfill will grow. The landfill is not going to expand by 388 acres. There are 388 acres, but there is a buffer. And there are 5 sections that it will be, it'll be going into 5 different sections that it will grow, and it'll take time to do that. If you want to look at the future for economic development, to bring corporations here, the landfill, if it is not expanded, has a life capacity of 10 to 15 years. Should we have a major catastrophe, like an earthquake, that will lessen the capacity of the lifespan of the landfill, because it will require us as a community to clean up just like they did during the floods and use the landfill out there. So when you listen to the individuals here, there are some information that's being given to you that actually are not facts, and they are used to that type of information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if there's no more further comments, I do have a question.
Are there further comments?
Mayor Casey,
We're
there are no
done.
other public comments.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, it's been a long night. These people have been here all night. They're asking to agendize for the City Council to take a position. I know you've done it in the past. I'd like for you to get a consensus from the council as to whether or not we can agendize this for the don't dump. Are we going to expand? Are we in favor of expanding or not expanding the landfill for a
So
future
point of order,
agenda
I
item?
think we're out of order here. We're not really supposed to have a discussion. I think
City
we can-
Attorney,
Are we,
can we agendize this for a future agenda?
So normally, there's a spot on the agenda where council members make that request, and we're not quite there yet.
Thank you.
Is it not true, City Attorney, that we've had the city manager, after public speakers speak, agendize items for future agenda meetings?
Not that I recall off the top of my head. I'm not saying it hasn't happened, but I just don't recall.
Yeah, I have not done it since being in the role.
Okay. It has happened in the past, and that's why I was making the request so that these good people can go home and get some rest and not have to stay until the informational reports. I'm happy to make that request during that time, but I'm asking that you make an exception for it now.
And that would be up to council as a whole.
What is the will of the council? I mean, no, I think we want to wait and do this at the appropriate time. And I also think we really need, it's 10 o'clock, I need to get consensus of the council to continue. Are we willing to continue after 10 o'clock? And then we'd like to take a short break. So we'll come back and we'll just continue on, and we will address this. You can address it at your time.
Thank you.
Mhm. Okay. So let's go to petitions, remonstrances, and communications. City Manager, do you have a report for us?
Not at this time, no.
Do we have any trainings and conferences? Anyone to report out?
Thank you, Mayor. Currently, Chief Reynoso is at the International Association of Chiefs of Police Conference, so he'll be back on Wednesday. So we're looking forward to see what he brings back.
Okay, thank you. Any city attorney, anything? No?
No, thank you.
City clerk? No? Paul? No?
I do. Christy Hopper, Development Services Director. I forgot to report out last time. We did have our interim planning manager and senior planner attend the California Planning Association, so I had the California APA conference in September. And then I was able to attend the National Acela conference in Washington, D.C., so I represented the city. It was an excellent conference. A lot of information, a lot packed into 2 days, and was also able to meet with our Acela representatives as well as our implementation team. So very excited about that. I'm working with Paul on implementation.
So was it a celebration?
It's called Accelerate. It's called Accelerate.
Oh, I thought it was from your happiness. I thought it was a celebration.
Oh, they sure feed you a lot, but yeah, it was an excellent conference.
Thank you. Any others? Okay, we're going to then move on to public hearing. We have a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister upholding the Hollister Planning Commission approval of site and architectural review for the construction of a 10-milliwatt unmanned battery energy storage system located at 431 Gateway Drive in the General Commercial Zoning District. And we have the staff report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. This item is an appeal of Site and Architectural Review 2023-1, which was approved by the Planning Commission. However, since the notice of this item for hearing by the council, the appellant has submitted a request to withdraw their appeal application. So tonight, staff is recommending to hold the public hearing as it has been noticed and then accept the appellant's withdrawal of the application.
Okay. Are there any quick questions from council? Okay. So I will now open the public hearing on this item. Do we have any public comments, City Clerk?
Mayor Casey, there are no, oh, my apologies, sorry, the hand was just raised. We have Tara Ringifo? That I believe is the appellant. 1 second. Okay, we can't hear you. Looks like you're unmuted.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Casey and council members. My name is Tara Rengifo on behalf of Appellant Citizens for Responsible Industry. Citizens filed an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to exempt the battery energy storage project from CEQA, and regarding the project site and architectural review. We are pleased to report that as a direct result of discussions with the applicant, Citizens was able to resolve the issues raised in the appeal through a legally enforceable settlement agreement. As part of the settlement, the applicant has agreed to implement environmental measures addressing the issues we raised regarding construction air quality and hazards, including agreeing to use Tier 4 final construction equipment to reduce air emissions, agreeing to comply with Protective National Fire Protection Association standards for the installation of stationary energy storage systems to address fire hazards, and agreeing to have the project meet stringent test methods for evaluating thermal runaway fire propagation in battery energy storage systems. With these measures in place, Citizens supports approval of the project. On October 6th, we submitted a letter to the City Council to request the Council's consent to withdraw its appeal pursuant to Section 17.24.140 in the City's Municipal Code. Pursuant to this section, after an appeal of a Commission decision has been filed and a public notice has been published, the appeal shall not be withdrawn except with the consent of Council. Citizens therefore request Council's consent to withdraw its appeal and approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment or?
Those are all the public comments for this item.
Okay, I will now close the public hearing for this item. So do we have any discussion at all? Councilmember Resendez, we'll start with you. No? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you. I'm having to readjust to my relocation here. So, do we have any, is there any additional work we now have to do based on the agreement that the appellant negotiated with the applicant to ensure that the Planning Commission's concerns are addressed?
Not that I'm aware of. I would consider that a civil matter, deferring to Mary. But the Planning Commission has approved the project. The appellant is withdrawing their appeal. The Planning Commission recommended and agreed with the consultant's firm, or the city staff's decision, actually, this one wasn't prepared by a consultant, that the project is exempt from CEQA. So it is staff's recommendation to withdraw, and this would uphold the Planning Commission's decision and all the conditions that the Planning Commission recommended on the project.
Thank you. And I see that the appeal cost, if I understood it correctly, is $4,036.64. Is that accurate?
That sounds accurate, Councilmember Burns, off the top of my head.
Okay. And so by removing the appeal, that doesn't equal a refund.
No.
And do we know, how is that fee assessed? Where I'm headed with this is time and materials versus a fee schedule, and I presume we have one or the other, and so I'd just like some clarity, please.
I don't have the background data off the top of my head on how the fee was calculated, but generally with the previous fee study that was adopted in 2021, there was an analysis by staff of the time and process that it takes for each application type that we have in the planning department and across our other departments that were part of that fee study. So going through the steps, how many hours is estimated on average for processing that step by what type of, your assistant planner, your planning manager, your engineering department, whoever touches those projects in the planning department or otherwise. And then it was come to the total there based on calculating hours by different position that touches the application.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments or? Then can I get a motion to approve the withdrawal of this item?
Move to withdraw, Madam Mayor.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
So item 2 and 3 have been postponed. So we're going to move on to a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving a marketing plan and affordable housing agreement between Delcurdo Brother Group and the City of Hollister for the affordable housing units. Can we get the staff report?
Good evening, everyone. Yes, so this evening before you is, just like stated, the housing agreement, which includes the marketing plan for the project known as the 400 block. This was part of the conditional use permit in which the developer received an increased maximum density. So with the project, it resulted in 4 additional units. 2 of the units are designated for very low income. 2 of the units are designated for low income. The 2 units designated for very low income are the studio units, are our studio units, and then there are 2 one-bedroom units for the low-income households. Included within this project, and why you see the housing agreement before you, is it is a condition of approval to have the city review and approve the housing agreement to ensure that the developer is following through on the restrictions and ensuring that the units are kept affordable. One thing that is a little bit different and to note compared to the most recent housing agreement that your city council reviewed is because this is part of the density bonus agreement, and to follow our municipal code, the restrictions are restricted for 55 years. So it's a little bit of a longer term. And at this time, City of Hollister staff will be working with the developer and their team to review eligible applicants and to move forward at the time when the units are available. At this time, if there's any questions, comments, or anything that I can help with, please let me know.
Okay, do we have any questions from council? Councilmember Resendez, are you waving your hand? No? Okay, Councilmember Burns, any questions? Councilmember Perez? No? Vice Mayor? I don't have questions either. Do we have public comment on this item?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for this item.
Okay, so as far as discussion and deliberation, Councilmember Resendez, any comments?
Not at this time, thank you.
Councilmember Burns, comments?
No, Mayor, but I will move to approve.
Second.
Okay, so I take
Yes.
it we have no more comments. Okay, then let's all in favor.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Catch up.
Yes, okay.
Catch up.
Motion carries 5-0. Hey, I got to make sure you all get your opportunity to speak, so. All right.
Thank you. We're almost done for the evening.
It's easy, right? All right, next item. Resolution number 2023-209, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing execution of an agreement between First 5 San Benito and the City of Hollister. Staff report?
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. Tina Garza, Interim Parks and Recreation Director. This agreement is a partnership with First 5 San Benito and the City of Hollister to build a community center that combines organizational expertise, resource, and community-focused missions. And this collaboration can lead to a more comprehensive and sustainable approach to addressing the needs of families and ultimately fostering a healthier, more vibrant, and engaged community. This resolution, if approved, is an agreement with First 5, and it also authorizes the mayor to sign the agreement to support the efforts to build a community center and for the mayor to serve as the City of Hollister's representative for the Community Center Collaboratory of San Benito County. Are there any questions?
Yes. Questions? Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. Are there any plans to include a theater or an area for theater in this community center at this time?
At this time, there is discussion in regards to it. Yes, there's some representatives that are there.
Okay. Any ideas as to where the location would be or the funding? Or is it just too early to even contemplate that at this time?
Not at this time. Funding is grants. We're going to go after a couple of grants that the group has identified.
Okay. And would those grants cover the entire cost, or do you think that there's going to be more monies that are going to be needed, such as matching funds?
There's hopes for either matching funds to cover the grant. That's a first goal, is to cover the entire grant, or additionally get large businesses, sponsorships from businesses either in our community or large corporations.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I would just stress to the mayor and to Tina, if you could just keep that at the forefront, that there is no community theater here, and there is a theater group that really needs a home. So if we can just somehow work that into the plans, that would be very, very helpful. Thank you for all that you do. Appreciate it.
No? Any other questions? Okay, do we have public comment on this?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for this item.
All right, is there any discussion, further deliberation needed? No? Okay, then, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Moving on, resolution number 2023-210, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister adopting a tree planting policy with Public Works. William.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, William Vi, Public Works Director. The item before you here tonight is a resolution to adopt a tree planting policy to provide an avenue for residents to request a tree to be planted in the city right-of-way. The recommendation is to adopt the tree planting policy. And quick summary, I know it's getting late. It's a 6-step process. The first step is to complete a Public Works street tree application and submit it to Public Works for review and approval. That application is the same as the current application to trim a tree or remove a tree that's in front of your house. Approval will involve determining if there are proper clearances from existing utilities, for example, water lines, sewer lines, driveway approaches, corner intersections, things like that. The second step is the location will require an irrigation source installed and maintained by the resident before the tree will be planted. One of the issues currently, if we just go out and plant a tree, if maybe the resident doesn't want it, they're not going to water the tree, and then the tree's going to die, and we're going to have to plant another tree, and we don't have a water source city water source at every location where we would plant trees. Then they choose a tree from the approved street tree list, which needs to be updated, I'm told. And that's subject to the approval of the Public Works Director. So even if it's on the street tree list currently, if it's a very large tree, it may be placed if there's a large wide area to plant it, but if it's a small little park strip, we're not going to approve a very large tree because that's just going to end up causing problems with our sidewalks and curb and gutter and things like that. And then once it's approved, the city will place the location on a list once there is a sufficient number of approved locations to make planting the trees efficient, about 4 or 5, something like that. Then the trees will be planted by city staff or the city contracted arborist. So, and the reason we're going to compile a list of about 4 or 5, and now if we only have one applicant and it's been sitting there for a month, we'll probably just have that tree planted. But if we get a large amount of applicants, if we have 3, maybe we'll wait for a couple more to make it more efficient to have the arborist come in and placed on the list. It will remain on the list until planted. So if we run out of funding in one fiscal year and we have 10 trees on the list, then the next fiscal year, once we have funding, then we'll plant those trees. So it never, just because it didn't get planted that year, it doesn't get kicked off the list, it stays on the list. And then trees that are planted in, I guess this isn't really a step, but trees planted in violation of regulations are subject to removal by the city without compensation to the current or future resident. And then there's a list of site requirements. I'll just touch on some of them. 10 feet from a fire hydrant, 10 feet from a driveway approach, 40 feet from any other right-of-way. But then that's subject to approval by the Public Works Director too. Could be closer than that. 5 feet from a buried utility service lateral, 5 feet from house walks, and then 2.5 from either the curb or 2.5 feet from either the curb or sidewalk edge where a park strip exists. In other words, it has to be at least a 5-foot wide park strip to plant a tree in there to allow for the roots to grow properly. And a new tree shall not be planted on top of an existing tree stump. So generally, when a tree is removed, the stump is ground down, but it's only ground down about 12 inches or so beneath the surface of the ground, and there's still a stump under there. So we don't plant trees on top of stumps. And all of those guidelines are there for a reason. Obviously, we don't want to plant trees right next to a water line. That causes a lot of issues with the water meters, or a sewer line because they're looking for water. And then the site inspection will be performed by Public Works staff, and tree planting will be performed by West Coast Arborists, our current contracted arborist. And it's already in the contract. We already have a price for that. And so currently the way the arborist contract works is we budget, I think it's $330,000 a year, and they charge per tree. So a tree up to 12 feet, they charge a certain amount. Up to 20 feet, they charge a certain amount. If it gets over 40 feet, so that price goes up. And then that price increases by the CPI. We still budget $330,000. We just get less work done for the amount of money as the price goes up. So what we'll do is we'll set aside a certain amount of money every year for tree planting, say $5,000, we'll get about 20 trees planted or so, something like that. And then if there's a very high demand, we could either budget more or set aside a little bit of extra of that money. But for every tree that we plant, that's less money we have to trim the existing trees. And I'm here for any questions you may have.
Do we have any questions? Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. So I thought I heard you say that the city currently has about $330,000 budgeted annually for trees, but does that include maintenance?
I could be a little bit off, but if my memory serves correctly, it's $330,000 a year, and that's maintenance. That's tree trimming, tree removal, emergency tree. If a tree comes down, if we have multiple trees down and staff can't keep up, then the arborist will come in and help us with that, and tree planting. All of that's included in the current contract.
Do we have an identified heritage tree for the city of Hollister?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay. All right. Those are my only questions, Mayor. I do have a couple follow-up comments. Thank you.
Okay.
She was up.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Resendez.
I'm sorry, I didn't put my hand up quick enough. I just heard you say that the list of trees needs to be updated. I'm wondering if we can, I'm going to just, I don't know what these trees are. I'm going to take your word for it. I'm wondering if we do move forward to approve this, can we approve it contingent on the fact that the list of trees gets updated?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Perez.
Thank you so much. I did just see on the news too that I forgot what city got $1 million for a tree program. So the grants, the money is out there. Thank you for coming up with something. I think a lot of this applies to mostly the older parts of Hollister, District 1 and 2. I know District 1, it's like there's some areas where trees have been pulled and there's been nothing there. So it's like, it's a cemented area with the tree there. So what do we do? Not put a tree there? Or do we can only go down about 12 inches, and I know that. And it's like, so it's like our options are either we can't plant on top of it, and because there's cement there, so now we're not going to have no more trees here in Hollister. So it's like, I know that the 10-foot rule, you know, there's on 7th Street, all my neighbors, they're like 8 feet away from their, the 10 limited. Why can't we just put another hole there so we can have another tree? Is that included in that price? Because right now there's a lot of people in District 1 that we don't have 5 feet between our curb and our sidewalk, and we had a lot of oak trees, all kinds of different trees that messed up our sidewalks. I get it, I understand, and I'm thankful for this solution. But what are we going to do about the places where there was a tree? I mean, from my house, I'm in the middle of the block. My house, all the way down, there's no trees.
So
this way, there's all kinds of trees.
Yeah, I understand. So generally, if there's a tree planted, we can plant right next to that tree as long as it meets the limits from the water meter, from the sewer line and things like that. And I'm not sure where you're talking about concrete. Are you talking about concrete in the park strip? Yeah, so there's not supposed to be concrete in the park strip. So that's a violation of municipal ordinance. So, and I know it's really
yeah. I agree.
There's a lot of it in the older parts of town, but
so what I'm asking for is are they just going to be denied a tree, or because of the being able to make adjustments, if they wanted to move a hole that's 8 feet, that's 2 feet too close, if they move it over 2 feet, can they get a tree? Or
if they remove the concrete that's in the park strip in front of their house and it meets the site requirements, we'll plant a tree there.
I'm so basically what I'm hearing is no more for the 7th Street, we're not going to get no more trees because there's not 5 feet between our sidewalk and the curb.
Well, we would have to measure it. I'm not sure.
I know. I know how to use a tape measure. So yeah. I've measured myself. I've done some work out there. I've pulled some trees during the last 2017 storm. So I understand what I know. So I'm saying basically we're putting out an option. If your hole and your cement is in the right place and it's within the 10-foot rule, then we'll plant a tree. Oh, no, we're not, because there was a tree there before, so now we're not going to plant a tree. So this whole application process is for nothing.
Well, we can't plant a tree on top of a stump because then the roots have nowhere to go.
Why did they plant trees in my...
Excuse me?
Mine were done.
Well, you shouldn't plant a tree on top of a stump. And a lot of the problems that we have with the sidewalks and with water lines and things like that and water meters
Right.
are because trees were planted improperly.
Correct. I understand.
And even in some of these new developments, we've seen trees, just in one of the new developments the other day, the arborists were there, newer developments, the arborists were there, and there was a tree planted right between two water meters that were not even 5 feet away from each other. So we moved that tree to where another tree had died, because it was a small tree. They could pull that whole tree out and put that tree in the place where it should have been planted. And that's...
You know, it made and actually relax, at least on 7th Street. But without trees, no one goes out there. You know, everyone's over there. So I appreciate you coming up with, I think Daryl was, or Darren? Derek was part of this, and I want to thank you, Derek, because I know it's been a while, but I appreciate it, and, you know, let's get some trees out there.
All right, will do.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, did you have anything to add? You had one more.
I actually have two.
Oh, sorry.
What I've heard you say is we won't put a tree on top of a tree stump, but is there any reason we can't remove a tree stump? I know that it's somewhat labor intensive, but is there any kind of a written rule or policy that says thou shalt not?
No, you can remove stumps, but I've been involved with stump removal in the past, especially in these big trees that are causing the problems, and it's just you end up ripping up half of the sidewalk down the. I'm not saying on every occasion, but half of the sidewalk on a block because the roots have followed along, and once you start, you know, then you start cutting it out. But it can be done, especially if it's a small tree, if it's a smaller type of tree, a smaller species of tree. It can be done. It's just harder with the big ones where you've got a 5-foot trunk. It's harder.
Right. But you've already talked about the fact that there's going to have to be an irrigation system, which I think is smart. I live directly across the street from a park where, I don't know, 4, 5, 7, 9 trees died because they were not adequately watered or they were overwatered and they weren't well maintained. Thank you to the Parks Department for getting out there and replacing those. But they're still going to take years to grow to where they provide shade. And so I think we need to have some special consideration for our older neighborhoods. And I also think that when we plant trees, we need to really look at the growth factor for them and the root factor as well, because we want roots to go down. We don't want them to go out.
Correct.
And so I think there's value there. I guess my only other question, it might be better for our planning director, would be what are the current development standards for new development as we build out? Because some of these developments, they're pretty sparse from what I've seen, and I think maybe this is something that the council could move forward to require more trees. I'm a tree hugger for putting it out there, full disclosure. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm not sure what the standards are for planning for approving a project and how many trees they have to have. I do know that they're supposed to follow the same standards as far as distances away from things so that we don't run into these issues. Because the worst thing to do is have an old part of town with big, huge trees, and then they're just causing problems, and now we got to cut them all down because they're tearing up our infrastructure. And then, or you take them off on one side of the street and not the other side, like that example. So if the guidelines are followed in the new developments, then hopefully we don't run into those issues in the future.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for coming up with that.
Yes, thank
welcome.
you.
You're
And
welcome.
I just have to say, I'm really glad to hear you're updating this list because I'm a tree hugger too. And I was going down the list going, oh, these are now considered invasive trees. This one is toxic. This has shallow roots. So I'm glad to hear you're going to update that list and hopefully come up with some really good.
I'm not an expert on it, so
Me
it probably
either,
won't be
but
me personally,
yeah.
but yes, it will be updated.
I trust that you guys will figure it out. So thank you. We're going to do public comment now.
Yes, Mayor Casey, we have one public comment from Barry Katz.
I don't really have a comment, but I really have a question, which I know I'm not really allowed to ask for answers, so maybe one of you council members could pose my question. Do you have a goal, how many trees each year? Are you trying to plant 50 trees or are you trying to plant 500 trees? You mentioned 330,000 a year, but most of that's going to go into current tree maintenance cut, right? How much are you hoping to have left? I guess it would depend on the weather, but how much money are you thinking you may be able to use for planting trees? And I didn't catch what the cost was. You wanted to plant maybe 5 at a time, and what would that cost? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the public comments we have for this item.
Okay. Thank you. So we can bring it back for more discussion then?
Thank
Councilmember
you.
Resendez?
Yep. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, so just as a reminder, when I'm ready to make the motion, but making it contingent that we update the list of trees, because I'm going to trust in your judgment. I'm just wondering, are we advertising this so the public knows? Like, how are we going to get the word out that there's a new system of doing trees in town? And I did like the point about like a goal, you know what I mean? Like, are we going to come back and measure that? Can we advertise it? I do get quite a few inquiries about trees.
We can.
Yeah, we can certainly promote it. As for a goal, because it's resident driven and there is the irrigation component of it as well, what I would look at is, let's put it out there. Let's see what the demand is, and then revisit from there, because it could become something where we look at, in budget, as we see what that looks like. Basically that would be something we'd call out at budget, and you tune it up or turn it down depending on what the budget year looks like, and try to match it with demand.
Yeah, I'm all about getting it out to the public and maybe just educating them on what it is to remove a tree too, because that's probably the biggest inquiries I get are tree removals, not necessarily tree plantings. But I do agree with Councilmember Perez, because I live around there too. There's, our trees are not. I mean, I've got a redwood tree down the street from me. I understand what he's saying about the cement and all that. So let's get that out to the public so that we can let them know. You can plant trees, and this is how you remove trees and all that good stuff. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. In follow-up to the city manager's comment, I would actually like to see a dedicated budget line item with a review of where we have abilities to plant trees in public spaces. I see tremendous value, and we also know that we're going to be undertaking doing some work in the landscape and lighting districts and the sound walls, and I think there may be some opportunities there as well. And I will say, if we run out of money, and I can only speak for District 4, but I'm willing to chip in some of my discretionary funds to embellish the program or supplement it, I guess. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Councilmember Resendez. I'm tired. Councilmember Perez. No comments, or do you have anything to add, Vice Mayor?
I'm ready to
add? So Councilmember Burns beat me to it. I was just going to offer to, I think we do need to kickstart this, and I think you're going to find demand is pent up from waiting to, try to get these things. So I'm willing to kick in some funds as well. I'd really like to see us do a lot, sooner than later,
And Mayor, if I may, just to Councilmember Burns' point, we will be coming back with a Q1 budget update, and
Good.
to have a full breakdown of all the available spaces could equate to some considerable manpower that I'm not sure if Williams Shop has right now, but that is something we could consider as we look at some of the other requests that we've heard from council and try to bundle it all up. So
I think in our software that we have through the arborist contract, I think there are identified places where they have identified available places to plant trees. I'm not sure if they're all on there, but I'm pretty sure that's one of the items in there. It shows those locations.
If I may, one thing I like is that, you're thinking in quantity, batches, because, trees, I'm sure they don't last very long by themselves out of the ground. So I really appreciate everything, and plant a tree for your tomorrow.
So Councilmember Resendez, did you make a motion to approve with the contingency?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay, of updating the list. So can I get a second on that?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. Next item is Resolution 2023-211, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister adopting a salary and benefits plan and associated salary schedule for employees in the Executive Management Unit. Casey.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Casey Astorga, the city's Admin Services Director. And just to reiterate, this is a unrepresented group of employees known as the Executive Management Unit. And in the staff report presented to the council and the public tonight, it did have a itemized listing of the proposed changes, including the salary schedule. And with that, staff's recommendation is to adopt a resolution that would also adopt a salary and benefits plan and associated salary schedule for employees in the Executive Management Unit. And staff is here for any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions for Mr. Astorga? Any questions? Any questions, Councilmember Perez? And Vice Mayor? No? Do we have public comment on this item?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for this item.
Okay, is there any further deliberation or discussion?
If I can, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to take a moment to thank all of you that are in this category. We see the hard work that you do. We appreciate all the work that you do. This was something that was much needed, and I think it was a partnership between us and you to help get us to this part of, I would say, history, because since I've been here, I don't remember that we had an actual true fair merit system. So thank you for being good partners to us. Thank you for all your work and dedication, and I look forward to working with all of you for the next at least 3 years that I'm here.
Councilmember Burns, anything?
Thank you, Mayor. I would just support what Councilmember Resendez said and make a motion to approve.
Any other comments, or are we ready to vote?
Ready to vote.
All right. So they've got a second. Can I, all those in favor?
Aye.
Yes. Motion carries 5-0. All right, so we're going to do some updates to City Council committee assignments.
Yes, Mayor Casey, this item is in response to a request by Councilmember Morales at the September 5th meeting about asking the status of quite a few ad hoc committees. And so there's information on there of those ad hoc committees over the last few years. Prior to that, there was a motion or an action by council at the beginning of COVID to disband largely all of the ad hoc committees during the COVID time period. And so these are some of them that came back since, and an update on them. One to note is for the Economic Development Committee. This one has been on and off for about 10 to 15 years based on my research for it. I would recommend that this not be an ad hoc committee, since it does have ongoing. If we're going to keep it in place, that you might want to consider making it a standing committee, or look and see if it should be handled in a different way. So you can see the items there. Additionally, the assignments that are replaced to make the replacement for Councilmember Resendez, his previous assignments, and so those are all listed there as well. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Do we have any questions? Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. It's my recollection, and I could be wrong, that I read in the MOU for EDC a while ago that we have a seat. So I don't know how you're going to classify that, but there should be a city council member at the EDC representing the city of Hollister. And from my recollection, there has not been one. I could be wrong.
And that would be different. So there's a difference between council member serving on an outside committee such as intergovernmental or council of governments versus it being a council ad hoc committee. From what I could find, this was a council ad hoc committee, and so that's why I was saying I wouldn't have it as a standalone council ad hoc committee. However, serving and having a committee assignment on an external organization, that is absolutely fine.
Right. So then my recommendation would be to go with your recommendation, but we should have somebody serve at on the EDC, because that is part of our MOU.
Absolutely. And if council would like, I know that MOU is coming forward to council, and if I believe the next meeting even. So if you want to have that appointment at that time, since it's not on this current list, we can do that.
It's the goal of staff to bring the EDC MOU. We've concluded negotiations and are just going through that final process.
Okay. All right. Do we have any more questions or nothing? Yes, Vice Mayor.
I just have a correction. I'm District 3. Oh, not District 2.
My apologies for the typo. And I would make a recommendation that council, acknowledge that some of these have sunset. So, for example, Police Communications Center Ad Hoc Committee, that was created over 2 years ago. Some of these other ones, they've unofficially sunsetted because the work has been completed, but there was no action. So if you want to acknowledge that and then make a determination if you want some of these to continue forward, and if so, how you want to go about doing that. Ad hoc committees typically are of a temporary in nature, and so as you can see, some of these have been around for some time.
Okay. Do we have the couple that are sunsetted or that unofficially sunsetted that we need to consider?
So the ones that have unofficially, so the Police Communications Center, Charter City / Council term limits, Community Beautification, the Committee for the Motorcycle Rally and Festivals, this was also known as the Downtown Business Ad Hoc Committee, and then the other ones are more recent. The Fire Ad Hoc Committee, there was no action on it, and it does continue. So that's another one that's been around for over 2 years that you might want to consider. Should it continue as a ad hoc committee, or is this a different role that the council wants to play? Additionally, the San Benito County Library Ad Hoc Committee, the council needs to determine what they want to do with that as well.
Okay, well, we can have more discussion, but do we have any public comment on this item?
There are no public comments for this item.
Okay, so what's the council discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Burns.
I'd actually like some time to review this and think about it. I'm really not in the frame of mind right now to really get into a long conversation about them, given the information, and I thank the clerk for bringing this to our attention. Also would like some clarity on, I know we're a council of 5, where 4 will be assigned committees based on a recent council action, but I'd also like to identify how long that action will be so that we know moving forward what this looks like as we roll into the next calendar year. Thank you, Mayor. Those are my thoughts.
Councilmember Perez?
And if I may request, I don't know, if we could get a list of all the meetings, or not the meetings, the committees I'm on.
Okay.
That we're all on. Once we're all, get this all, because I'm all over the place.
Absolutely. I'll be sending that out following this meeting once we have it all updated based on council's actions tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to bring this back then for...
Right. If the council wants to go ahead and ratify the appointments as they're listed in the report, we can go ahead and do that, and we can bring it back at a future item for future discussion on how you want to handle some of those ad hocs.
Okay. Can I get a motion in that respect?
Can I just make a few comments?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see like COG, MBAG, and MBAG.
So I didn't list all of the ones that didn't have changes. So I only listed the ad hoc ones and the ones that were having changes to their membership. So if you'd like, it can come back and have the others listed as well. These are just the ones that had changes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So again, can I get
a motion to approve?
Okay. Is there a second?
And
Second.
I was going to say that the ratification only requires consensus.
Okay.
So if there's consensus to it, then we can move forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then yes, consensus. All right. Moving on. All right. Reports from city council members regarding committees on which they serve. Councilmember Burns, anything?
I have nothing to report at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Perez?
Jeez.
Vice Mayor? Yeah, I don't have anything tonight.
I have nothing to report. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, informational reports from city council, city manager, city clerk. Do you want to start, Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you. Again, Mr. Dempsey came up here and spoke about Wentz Alley. Is there anything going on with Wentz Alley that you can update us quickly on? If not, I'm just going to request that we agendize that.
So if you're asking for a quick update?
Yeah.
Yes, so that is one of the alleys that'll be included in the pavement plan that we'll be bringing forward. The document that he had provided to us as part of the public record listed a cost of $5,400, and then a list of things that were not included in the bill, including almost, quite a few items that go into redoing an alley. So I don't think we would ever be able to entertain it at $5,400 because it says or $5,750. It said it excludes permits, fees, testing, engineering, bonding, imported, exported materials, and no prevailing wage. So as a public project, it's a little different, but
Okay.
we do have that coming forward.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. City Clerk, translation services. I know we talked about it. Do you know when that's coming back?
So the plan is for it to go to a contract with Wordly, based on the quotes that we received. It does not need to come back to council for approval
That's what I
since
was
it was
wondering,
going
yeah.
to be within the city manager's signature authority. So we're working on a contract on that right now.
And then do we have like a rough timeline?
I'm hoping at some point in November, but I'm trying to get final information from Wordly.
Okay. And when we get there, I'd like to appoint a Spanish-speaking resident from my district to represent me on the Arts and Culture Commission. So just giving you a forewarning and a heads up so we can just jump right into it and have translation.
Okay, so we'll get back to you on that when we bring
Okay,
that forward.
sounds
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you. And then the don't dump people, can we get a consensus to bring that back to forward agenda item to take a position whether we want to expand or not expand the landfill through the county? Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. So, unlike Councilmember Resendez, I do have a few items. During public comment tonight, I heard something that concerned me considerably, and I'd like for the city attorney to confirm whether it's true or not. And that comment was that the city would have liability for a landfill expansion or to not support it. And for me, that's a huge defining point for me. I too would be supportive of a potential resolution or proclamation. I personally do not at this point support a landfill expansion. I just see a lot of challenges in District 4 and the city. And so I want to bring that up. City manager, we're talking about Wentz Alley. And my sense is from the person that made those comments, it's an issue of timing. And so I don't know what the weather forecast is moving forward, but if it's anything like this previous winter, I think we need to do some temporary fixes to reduce or eliminate the flooding that he has shown examples of and expressed concerns about. And so for me, I think it needs to be time sensitive for at least a temporary solution to what appears to be maybe a permanent problem. One of the things I did in preparation for tonight's meeting was I went in and I reviewed several different areas of the Hollister Municipal Code, and one of the under 2.04.015, it talks about limiting, or it doesn't talk about limiting, but what it does is it talks about a 3-minute limit based on the rules of order. But I do think that we should put that into the municipal code to ensure that that's covered. I also did not see anything that speaks to term limits, and I know that the voters passed this last election, and so I think it should be put into the Muni Code as well, and so I'd ask for consideration on that. I'd also like to ask for council's consent to ask staff, the city manager specifically, to coordinate and schedule in a near future a study session to let's talk about the sewer smells in Councilmember Resendez's district. Those smells have been around for 25 years. The patsy or the scapegoat for a number of years was always the cannery. That's a different conversation, and I believe they've taken many good steps to try and resolve that. But we absolutely need to figure this thing out, and I don't want to continue to extend this down the road, and I would like to have public comment, and I think it's a day's commitment, probably at the vet center or hall, to also ask public health, because I keep hearing these comments, and I don't know whether they're true or false, as it relates to illness and sickness from this, but this has been going on for decades, and we absolutely need to figure out what we need to do to reduce, if not outright eliminate this. And so in my mind, I would really like to see us move forward in that regard sooner than later. I guess the only other thing I want to bring up tonight is, again, I would also like to request the council support to issue certificates of appreciation to the Hollister Collision Center, the water store next to the Ace Hardware, and the Hazel Hawkins second-hand store. These are all operations that have been around for a very long time and continue to exist and thrive from all appearances. Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez? Nothing? Vice Mayor?
I'd like to, out of my discretionary funds, like to see a camera be put on Promise and Brittlewood Drive. I've heard from various constituents that they've had a lot of auto break-ins and constant vandalism. They themselves have 6 cameras on their property, and they've reached out to Hollister PD. They have the folks that do this on camera, but for some reason the person is not caught. So several neighbors that are just very fearful of things happening in their neighborhood, and this is not going to be a solution, but at least we'll have security, a camera that connects to the Hollister Police Department. I like to see the plan for the roads come back so that we have, I know we had a study session maybe 2 or 3 years ago, or maybe 2 years ago, but I want to kind of get an update as to what the plan is for our roads and where we are. I remember that we were clustering the roads to be more efficient, but I'm not sure where we are, and then if there's a communication plan to the residents. And I agree with the alleys. I know that for the last 3 years that we've been talking about it. I'd like to see some plan of action. I also wanted to thank you for the budget, the book. I just looked through it very quickly, and it looks phenomenal. So thank you. I'm sure Casey had a lot to do with it, and probably a lot of the staff here. I just want to say what a beautiful document that is, and I am going to be reading it very thoroughly because I really love. I am extremely happy. You don't know how happy that makes me. Support Councilmember Burns on the updating the, did you say coded ordinance? I know it was like 2.04.015. That section on the time and the term limits. I completely agree on having a study session on the sewer and the smells. I think that we need to resolve that. Thank you.
I don't have too much to add other than I thought we were talking about some kind of a study or something with regard to the smells. Do we have any kind of update on that, or is that being done, or,
Yeah, maybe William, would you mind coming down? We have been working on it,
Okay.
and I'd like to have William just give you a brief update.
Sorry, I had to take my jacket off. It's a little warm in here. So one of the issues that we found is right before the sewer line goes under the river on Bridge Road, there's a big vault where all the sewage in the city has to go through there at one point or another. And it's basically a siphon. So as the water pressure builds up behind it, the wastewater, it pushes it down through under the river, and it comes back up on the other side and then continues on its way to the treatment plant. Basically, well, what happens is during times of low flow, there's not a lot of water coming to push the water through, so it sits there. And until you get enough water built up there to push it through, it just sits there. So the vault that's there, and I call it a vault, it's a manhole, but it's like a big square vault with metal lids on it. It's in fairly poor shape, so we're working on a project now to replace that. But in the meantime, we've added upstream of there at one of the lift stations to the north, and I don't remember the name of the lift station, we've added bioxide. So what it is it's like a natural chemical, but it reacts with the wastewater to reduce the odors. So we've increased the bioxide upstream of there, hoping that an increase in it will last till it gets down to there. And we have another location coming from the other way where bioxide was introduced in the past, but for some reason over the last few years, and none of my staff knows why it was stopped. The equipment is there, but we don't know if it's operational. So our bioxide provider is actually investigating whether what's there is operational or whether we have to replace those lines. So then we're gonna increase the bioxide. We've already increased it at one place. We're gonna add it to another place to try to reduce those odors even before we get to replace that vault.
And William, that's probably all we can
I know,
give
I was
without
going
it
to
being
just say that. I
agendized,
thank
but-
you for that quick update. But could we bring this back? Because I think people would like to hear this. You know, we've had public outcry at several meetings, and I'd love for there to be a further report so people know that there are things being done and we are working to reduce that. So
When we find out what the investigation came up with, I can come back and give
That
an
would be
update.
great.
Yeah, that was the intention, is to come back when we had something more conclusive rather than putting a staff report together and just saying we're working on it. We had reported that we're working on it, and so it's, but it does make sense why we are getting complaints really early in the morning, and that's because that's when folks aren't typically using,
so the
right?
flow is
That is
lower than
correct.
that. Gotcha. Okay.
So
That
we'll
makes
bring an
sense.
item back.
Okay, and then my other thing is just, I agree, as far as the code needing updating, I think we should look at that, so I could support that. So. Councilmember Resendez, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I do. Thank you. I know we're going to get consensus, and I appreciate the work that the staff's doing. At this point, I think we need to get a report agendized, and we've got to bring in somebody else. We have to bring in professionals that can tell us exactly what the problem is, so that we can get moving on working on a solution. So I'm not saying that can't be it, but we've got to get someone else to help us out with this problem. I think it might be out of our scope. Sorry.
All right, so I think that's it for us.
Okay, so Wentz Alley, we are going to bring back, and I think Councilmember Morales, it's the same thing you're asking for, a plan for the road. That'd be the pavement rehabilitation plan. So what the idea is, we would bring that back. We would present a package of roads, different projects that we would bundle together. That is something that you would vote on, and by voting on that, we then put the bid documents together. We go out to bid and then come back with a contract. We are looking at packaging quite a few projects together. The smaller the packages, especially right now, you're competing with Caltrans projects, you're competing with a lot of big projects, so we want to make sure we have an attractive package that we put together. That's also the Wordley contract. Yes, we are getting that finished. For the dump presentation, first I heard it from Councilmember Resendez. I'd like some clarity on what we're looking for. Who is providing the presentation? Is it a staff presentation where you're asking this group to present, or are you asking the county to present?
I think they just want to know if we can take a position on whether we support the expansion or not. So can we agendize writing a letter to the county stating whether we take a position on it or not? So we're just asking at this point just to agendize it.
So do I have consensus for that?
No.
I would like to add to what Councilmember Resendez has said, though. I think before we can even agendize writing a letter, I absolutely need to know what our potential exposure or risk is. I find it hard to believe that we as a city would bear any risk, but I am not an attorney, and so I have serious concerns about that.
Councilmember Burns, so then a presentation from the county? Is that what we're?
No, I think a presentation from our legal team.
Okay.
And then based on that, we could then take that next step.
Okay.
Thank you.
I support that. Thank you.
What I heard was some things brought up about the toxic plume that's been there forever, and also the waste coming into the. So I don't know if that's something our attorneys could actually answer, or if we need more. I mean, so we hear from parties, which is great, but I would want to hear from. Is it integrated waste or whoever that runs it? What are those things? I mean, I want facts. What are they specifically? What is the obligation of the city? And I'm not sure if that's something the city attorney can provide, or if we need that presentation or not.
Facts would be helpful. Otherwise, we're going to just give you a bunch of scenarios,
Right.
like if this, then
It depends.
X. Exactly.
Yeah. So, I mean, that would be my druthers, is to do that, and as opposed to just having you spend time and funds, to give us an opinion.
So, Madam Mayor, are you proposing that we have integrated waste management come
I-
and give us a presentation, the people that are bidding for the project? Or do you think that we can have the county, maybe both of them come? But I'd like to hear
I
from
don't really
the.
care. I just want to hear more facts
Yeah,
about it
so do
before
I.
we make some calculation or write a letter
Preferably
based
somebody
on
that's
that, so.
non-biased. Is that okay with you?
I don't think we should get involved. I think if the city is responsible or liable for certain things, then that's a different story. But to get into the whole debate, because that's another issue that the community's polarized, and I definitely don't want to jump into anything more than what we're already dealing with in terms of what is within the city's jurisdiction to deal with. And I don't see that this is one, unless our city attorney or city manager tells us that this is something that we need to deal with and address. But I'm not interested in getting a presentation unless the city tells us this is of high risk or high liability and you must get involved. It's not even a decision that the city's going to make, it's the county's decision.
I guess my follow-up to the Vice Mayor's comment is, though, we will be impacted. There's no doubt about it. Our roads will be driven on if this gets approved. And I don't know how we capture any money to pay for the road repairs that will be caused. There's a constant conversation about
Yes.
increased traffic, and
So this by its nature is turning into a discussion that's not agendized. So if you want to have this discussion about whether or not we should get involved, I think you need to agendize it because other members of the public might have some thoughts too.
Yes, that'd be great. So I guess that's doable. We'll agendize it to get more facts and talk about it further.
So
Okay.
moved.
So was that it for the list of things, city manager? Any other?
Sewer.
Yep, sewer presentation. I think I saw everybody give a consensus on that. I believe we got consensus on the term limit and the 3-minute updating the code. Certificates for the businesses, the Hollister Collision, the water store, and the Hazel Hawkins secondhand store.
Yeah, that's fine.
We had Councilmember Morales on discretionary funds, cameras for in the Promise and is it Brittlewood? Okay. Consensus there. Plans for the roads, alleys we've discussed. I think we've covered everything.
Okay. All right. So if we don't have any further unfinished business, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, reports from staff. So I did get a request.
sorry.
No problem. I did get a request for a proclamation at the next meeting for National Philanthropy Day. This is one that the city has done in the past. So I just wanted to see if I have consensus to bring that forward. Thank you very much.
Okay, so no other reports then? We're good. Then can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. We're now adjourned.